Most people think intelligence means thinking harder. It doesn't. A lot of intelligent thinking happens automatically, quietly, without effort, without noise. Most people never notice it. If you've ever felt like you spot patterns faster than others, or know when to stop thinking before things get messy, this video is for you. If you enjoy long, thoughtful videos like this, like and subscribe to Restwise. These videos take a lot of time to make, and your support genuinely helps the channel. Before we begin, comment what time it is for you and where you're watching from. It's interesting to see this being watched around the world at different moments at the same time. Let's begin. Rapid pattern recognition in unfamiliar situations. You walk into a room you have never been in before, and within seconds something feels off. Nobody said anything. Nothing obvious happened, but your body already knows how to behave, where to stand, who feels important, who feels tense, who is pretending. That moment is not intuition, magic, or luck. It is your brain running a silent scan and locking onto patterns faster than conscious thought can keep up. Highly intelligent brains do this constantly without realizing it. They do not analyze first. They recognize. Here is the part most people never hear. The brain does not need full information to make accurate judgments. It only needs enough familiar structure. When a highly intelligent mind enters unfamiliar territory, it is not starting from zero. It is immediately comparing what it sees to thousands of stored templates built from past experiences. Facial micro-movements, voice rhythm, spatial layouts, power dynamics, emotional temperature. All of it is processed in parallel. This happens in milliseconds. By the time someone else starts thinking, the pattern recognizer has already finished. That should unsettle you a little, because it means some people are making correct decisions before others even know a decision exists. Firefighters have been studied doing this under extreme pressure. In dangerous situations, they often cannot explain why they move or act a certain way. They just know. Researchers discovered they were not calculating options. They were recognizing patterns that matched past fires that went wrong. The brain saw a familiar shape and sounded the alarm before logic could catch up. This is called recognition-based decision-making, and it separates high performers from average ones in chaotic environments. Now here is where it gets personal. You have probably experienced this too but dismissed it. You met someone and immediately trusted them, or immediately did not. You joined a new job and sensed the politics within days. You listened to someone speak and knew whether they actually understood their subject or were bluffing. That was not overthinking. That was compressed intelligence firing on all cylinders. Highly intelligent brains do not consciously label this as intelligence. They often think everyone does it. They assume it is normal, but it is not evenly distributed. Most people rely on step-by-step reasoning in new situations. They gather data slowly. They wait for certainty. Intelligent pattern-driven minds do the opposite. They tolerate ambiguity because their brain is comfortable working with incomplete information. Instead of asking what is happening, they ask, what does this resemble? That shift changes everything. It allows them to move early, speak early, adjust early, and often win early. This is also why intelligent people can feel anxious or overstimulated in new environments. Their brain is pulling in more signals than they consciously asked for. It notices inconsistencies, subtle emotional mismatches, social friction others glide past. That constant pattern scanning is powerful, but it is also exhausting. Many intelligent people learn to suppress it just to function socially. They downplay what they see because explaining it sounds strange. "I just had a feeling" is easier than explaining 1,000 invisible data points. Neurologically, this ability is tied to how efficiently the brain compresses information. Instead of storing isolated facts, it stores relationships. This is why intelligent people often learn faster and adapt quicker. They are not memorizing, they are mapping. Once a map exists, new terrain becomes easier to read. The unfamiliar becomes partially familiar almost instantly. That is why a smart person can step into a new industry and grasp the core dynamics before others finish orientation. Here is the twist. This shortcut is not about being right all the time. It is about being directionally right early. Pattern recognition gives you a starting position far ahead of the starting line. From there you refine, you adjust, you correct. People who wait for certainty are still lacing their shoes while the pattern recognizer is already moving. And here is the tease you should sit with. If you have ever felt like you understand situations faster than you can explain, if you notice trends before they are obvious, if people sometimes ask, "How did you know that?" you are likely using this shortcut without realizing it. The more you trust and train it consciously, the sharper it becomes. Because once you understand that your brain is not guessing, but recognizing, you stop doubting it and start using it deliberately. Instinctively filtering irrelevant information. Most people think intelligence looks like taking in more information, more facts, more opinions, more inputs. But highly intelligent brains do the opposite. They subtract first. They walk into noisy situations and somehow hear only what matters. Not because they are ignoring things on purpose, but because their brain is automatically filtering before awareness even kicks in. While others are overwhelmed by clutter, the intelligent mind is already calm, focused, and strangely ahead. Here is the uncomfortable truth. Your brain is bombarded with millions of bits of information every second. Sounds, visual details, emotional cues, background movement. If you consciously processed even a fraction of it, you would freeze. Most people think focus is about effort, but intelligence shows up as selective blindness. Highly intelligent brains instinctively discard what does not serve the current goal. They do not fight distraction. They never let it in. This is why smart people can seem oddly unfazed in chaotic environments. Loud rooms, complex problems, emotional tension. Their nervous system is not reacting to everything. It is prioritizing. This filtering happens before conscious thought. The brain asks one quiet question on repeat. Is this relevant right now? If the answer is no, it fades into the background like static you stop hearing after a while. What shocks people is how much information never even reaches awareness. Studies on attention show that the brain acts like a ruthless bouncer. Only a tiny slice of sensory input makes it past the gate. Intelligent brains have a more efficient gatekeeper, not because they are smarter in the moment, but because they have trained relevance over time. Experience taught the brain what usually matters and what usually does not. So it stops wasting energy. You have probably seen this play out. Someone is explaining a complicated situation, and halfway through, a highly intelligent person interrupts and summarizes the core issue perfectly. It feels almost rude, but what happened is their brain filtered out the decorative details and locked onto the structure. Cause, effect, leverage point. While others were collecting information, they were already compressing it. This ability often gets misunderstood as impatience or arrogance. It is neither. It is efficiency. Intelligent people are not bored by details. They are allergic to irrelevance. When something does not move the needle, their attention slides off it naturally. This is also why they can appear disengaged in conversations that lack substance. Their brain simply does not reward noise with attention. Here is where validation matters. If you have ever felt guilty for zoning out during long explanations or small talk, this may be why. Your brain was not being lazy. It was doing its job, filtering, protecting cognitive energy. The problem is society often rewards visible effort over silent efficiency. So people with this shortcut learn to pretend to listen even when their brain already extracted the point and moved on. Neurologically, this filtering is tied to the prefrontal cortex and attentional networks that suppress irrelevant signals. Intelligent brains show stronger top-down control. That means they decide what matters based on internal goals, not external noise. Instead of reacting to whatever is loudest or newest, they stay aligned with intent. This is why they can work deeply, think clearly, and make decisions without drowning in data. There is a hidden cost, though. Because this filtering is instinctive, intelligent people can miss things others notice, emotional subtleties that do not seem relevant, social rituals that carry meaning but not utility. This is why some highly intelligent people struggle socially. Their brain filters out what does not seem important, even when other humans care deeply about it. The shortcut is powerful, but it is not neutral. What makes this truly fascinating is that once you become aware of this ability, you can refine it. You can choose what your brain learns to treat as relevant. Over time, the filter sharpens. This is why experts in any field seem almost psychic. They are not smarter in a general sense. Their brain knows exactly what to ignore. Mastery is less about knowing more and more about less and more. And here is the tease that should keep you watching. If you often feel like your mind cuts through chaos faster than others, if you get to clarity while others are still sorting information, if you prefer clean ideas over messy debates, you are likely using this shortcut already. The difference between feeling scattered and feeling powerful is realizing that focus is not about adding discipline. It is about trusting your brain to discard the noise and listening to what remains. Thinking in probabilities instead of certainties. Most people walk through life acting like the world runs on yes or no answers. This will work or it will not. This person is good or bad. This decision is right or wrong. Highly intelligent brains do something very different. They almost never speak in absolutes internally. They think in likelihoods, in ranges, in what is more probable versus what is merely possible. And that single shift quietly changes how they move through uncertainty. Here is the jarring part. Certainty feels safe, but it is usually an illusion. The world is messy, variables stack on top of each other, and outcomes are rarely guaranteed. Intelligent minds accept this early. Instead of demanding clarity, they ask a different question. Given what I know right now, what is the most likely outcome? That question keeps them flexible while others get trapped defending a position that reality is about to dismantle. This is why highly intelligent people can change their mind without shame. To outsiders, it can look inconsistent. One day they lean one way, the next day another. But internally they were never married to a conclusion. They were tracking probabilities as new information came in. When the numbers shifted, so did their stance. No identity crisis, no ego collapse, just an update. What shocks people is how early this starts. Even in everyday situations, a smart person does not think this plan will succeed. They think there is a 70% chance it will succeed if conditions stay stable. but only a 30% chance if this variable changes. That internal math runs quietly in the background. It is not conscious arithmetic. It is pattern-weighted intuition shaped by experience. You see this clearly in fields like investing, medicine, and strategy. Doctors do not diagnose based on certainty. They think in differential probabilities. What is most likely? What is dangerous if missed? What can wait? Highly intelligent thinkers naturally apply this framework everywhere. Relationships, careers, conversations. They understand that being wrong is not failure. Being rigid is. This also explains why intelligent people often sound cautious or hedged when speaking. They use words like likely, probably, or based on what we know. Others may interpret this as lack of confidence. In reality, it is intellectual honesty. They know how fragile certainty is. They know how fast conditions change. So they leave room for reality to speak back. Now for the validation most people need to hear. If you have ever felt uncomfortable giving definitive answers when others demanded them, you are not weak. You are probabilistic. Your brain understands that confidence without evidence is just theater. Many intelligent people learn to fake certainty because the world rewards it socially. But internally, they still track odds, not guarantees. There is a neurological reason for this. Intelligent brains are better at integrating uncertainty. They can hold multiple competing possibilities at once without distress. Most people want closure quickly because uncertainty creates anxiety. The intelligent mind tolerates ambiguity longer. That allows better decisions over time. Not perfect ones, better ones. This shortcut also protects against emotional overreaction. When something goes wrong, a probabilistic thinker does not collapse into "this should not have happened." They think this was always a possibility, even if unlikely. That perspective softens disappointment and sharpens learning. Instead of spiraling, they adjust their probability model. What did I underestimate? What signal did I miss? This is why intelligent people often recover faster from failure. They never believed success was guaranteed. Failure was already priced into their mental model. So when it happens, it does not feel like betrayal. It feels like data. But there is a social downside. People who think in probabilities can frustrate others. They refuse to give simple answers. They push back on black and white thinking. They say it depends when others want certainty. Over time, some intelligent people learn to stay quiet rather than argue nuance with someone who is emotionally attached to an absolute. Here is the part that should pull you forward. If you notice that you naturally assess risk, weigh odds, and stay mentally flexible while others cling to fixed narratives, this is not overthinking. It is advanced thinking. Once you become aware of it, you can use it intentionally instead of defensively. You stop trying to sound certain and start making better bets. Because in a world that punishes hesitation but rewards accuracy, the people who quietly think in probabilities are the ones who adapt, survive, and eventually outperform. Not because they know the future, but because they never pretend they do. Mentally simulating outcomes before acting. Before most people act, they feel. They react, they jump. Highly intelligent brains pause in a way that looks subtle from the outside, but is intense on the inside. In the space of a few seconds, they run silent simulations. If I say this, what happens next? If I wait, what shifts? If I push now, what breaks later? By the time they move, the move looks effortless, but the decision has already lived and died in their head several times. What is surprising is how automatic this is. It does not feel like planning. It feels like seeing the future flicker for a moment. Intelligent brains are constantly playing out mini scenarios without conscious effort. Not fantasy, not daydreaming. Practical cause and effect chains. This is why they sometimes seem slow to act and then suddenly decisive. The action is delayed because the outcome is being tested internally. Here is the part most people do not realize. Your brain is a prediction machine. It is always trying to reduce surprise. Highly intelligent brains are simply better at using this feature deliberately. They mentally step forward in time and watch consequences unfold before reality forces them to. This is not anxiety. Anxiety loops on fear without resolution. Simulation loops on logic until something clicks. This ability shows up early. Smart children often hesitate before doing things other kids jump into. Adults misread this as insecurity. It is not. It is foresight. The brain is asking what happens if this goes wrong, and what happens if it goes right. Both paths matter. Most people only imagine the best case or the worst case. Intelligent minds imagine the most likely case and the second-order effects that follow. You have probably seen this in conversations. Someone is about to say something emotional. A highly intelligent person stops them or redirects the topic. Not because they are cold, but because they already saw where that sentence would lead. Hurt feelings, power shifts, long-term consequences. They are not controlling the moment. They are managing the aftermath before it exists. This is why intelligent people are often strategic without trying to be. They do not just ask, "What do I want to do?" They ask, "What happens after I do it?" Then what? Then what? This chain thinking is exhausting for some and natural for others. The brain learns it through experience. Every time an outcome surprises you, the brain updates its simulator. Over time, the predictions get sharper. Neurologically, this is tied to the default mode network, the same system used when imagining the future or replaying the past. Intelligent brains use this network efficiently. They do not get lost in endless possibilities. They narrow quickly. They run only the scenarios that matter. This is why their decisions often look calm under pressure. They already felt the pressure internally before acting. Now the validation piece. If you have ever been told you think too far ahead, or that you overthink before acting, this may be what is happening. You are not stuck. You are previewing. The frustration comes when others push for speed, while your brain is still simulating outcomes they have not considered yet. Many intelligent people learn to act before they feel ready just to match the pace of others, and then regret it later. There is also a hidden emotional layer to this shortcut. Mentally simulating outcomes creates empathy. When you can imagine how actions ripple outward, you become more careful with people. Words carry weight. Timing matters. This is why intelligent people often hesitate in conflicts. They see the collateral damage before it happens. That does not make them weak. It makes them aware. But this shortcut has a cost. If unchecked, simulation can turn into paralysis. Running too many futures can delay action unnecessarily. Highly intelligent people have to learn when enough simulation is enough. The skill is not just seeing outcomes, but choosing when to stop looking and move anyway. The best decision makers know when additional prediction no longer improves the outcome. Here is the part that should lock you in. If you often feel like you have already lived through a situation mentally before it actually happens, that is not imagination. That is preparation. Your brain is reducing risk by testing reality in advance. Once you recognize this as a strength instead of a flaw, you stop apologizing for your pauses and start trusting your timing. Because in a world obsessed with fast reactions, The people who quietly simulate outcomes before acting are the ones who avoid unnecessary damage, make cleaner moves, and seem uncannily prepared for things others never saw coming. Simplifying complex problems into core principles. Some people hear a complicated problem and their mind instantly feels heavy. Too many variables. Too many opinions. Too many moving parts. Highly intelligent brains experience the opposite reaction. Complexity actually triggers a kind of mental compression. Instead of getting lost in the details, their brain starts stripping the situation down until only the bones remain. What looks overwhelming to others becomes surprisingly clean. Here is the moment that usually shocks people. In meetings, debates, or high-stress situations, there is often one person who listens quietly while everyone else talks in circles. Then they speak once and suddenly the entire problem sounds simple. Not easy. Simple. That is not confidence or dominance. That is someone who instinctively found the core principle holding everything together. Most people try to solve complexity by adding more thinking, more data, more analysis. Intelligent minds do the opposite. They subtract. They ask what actually matters here. What variable drives the rest? What assumption, if changed, collapses the entire issue? This is not laziness. It is precision. This ability exists because intelligent brains think structurally, not superficially. Instead of focusing on surface features, they look for underlying rules. In physics, this means reducing motion to forces. In business, it means reducing chaos to incentives. In relationships, it means reducing conflict to unmet needs. Different domains. Same mental move. Find the principle and everything else becomes negotiable. What makes this unsettling is how fast it happens. Highly intelligent people often cannot explain how they arrived at the simplified version. Their brain recognized a familiar structure beneath the noise. Just like pattern recognition, this compression happens below awareness. By the time they speak, the hard work is already done. You have probably experienced this yourself. You struggled with a problem for days, drowning in details, and then suddenly something clicked. One sentence reframed everything. That click was your brain discarding 90% of the problem and locking onto the 10% that mattered. Intelligent minds do this earlier and more often. This is also why intelligent people are drawn to first principles thinking even if they do not use that phrase. They naturally break things down to what cannot be reduced further. What must be true for this to work? What is the non-negotiable constraint? Once that is clear, decisions become easier. You are no longer solving 10 problems. You are solving one. There is a psychological reason this works so well. The human brain has limited working memory. When too many elements compete for attention, performance drops. Simplifying to core principles reduces cognitive load. It frees mental bandwidth. Intelligent brains learned this early, often unconsciously, because it made thinking feel lighter instead of heavier. Now for the validation piece that many people need. If you have ever felt frustrated when others complicate things unnecessarily, you are not being dismissive. Your brain is searching for leverage. Many intelligent people feel alienated in environments that reward over-explanation instead of clarity. They may even doubt themselves because simplicity gets mistaken for lack of depth. In reality, simplicity is often the final stage of understanding. This shortcut also explains why intelligent people can jump across fields. When you understand principles instead of procedures, knowledge transfers easily. The surface details change, but the core logic repeats. Power dynamics repeat. Feedback loops repeat. Incentives repeat. This is why someone can go from technology to finance to psychology and still feel oriented. They are not memorizing new rules. They are recognizing old ones in new clothing. But there is a social risk here. Simplifying too quickly can make others feel unheard. Details matter emotionally, even when they do not matter structurally. Intelligent people sometimes skip the emotional processing stage and go straight to the solution. That can create friction. The shortcut is powerful, but it requires awareness of context to use it well. What separates the most effective thinkers is not just simplification, but timing. They let complexity breathe long enough for people to feel seen. Then they cut to the core. They know when clarity heals and when it threatens. This is not manipulation. It is emotional intelligence layered on top of cognitive efficiency. Here is the tease that should keep you leaning forward. If you often find yourself mentally saying, "This is actually about one thing," while others are lost in details, you are not impatient. You are principle-driven. Once you recognize this ability, you stop feeling the need to prove your intelligence through complexity. You let clarity do the work. Because in a world addicted to overthinking, the people who can reduce chaos to its core principle are the ones who make decisions faster, explain ideas cleaner, and quietly become the people everyone turns to when things feel impossible to untangle. Detecting hidden assumptions in conversations. You can be in the middle of a conversation and suddenly feel a strange resistance in your mind. Something does not sit right, even though the words sound reasonable. Nobody is lying. Nobody is being aggressive. And yet your brain flags something quietly. Highly intelligent minds experience this all the time. They are not reacting to what is being said. They are reacting to what is being assumed without being said. Most conversations are not built on facts. They are built on invisible premises, tiny beliefs hiding underneath sentences, steering the entire exchange. Intelligent brains instinctively listen for those foundations. They hear someone say, "We have to do it this way," and immediately ask what makes that true. They hear everyone agrees and wonder who exactly is included. They hear that is just how things are and mentally pull that apart. This happens automatically before judgment or emotion enters. Here is what usually shocks people. Arguments rarely fall apart because of bad logic. They fall apart because of unexamined assumptions. One person assumes time is unlimited. Another assumes urgency. One assumes trust. Another assumes risk. They argue at the surface while talking past each other underneath. Highly intelligent people feel this misalignment early. It is like watching two people build on different foundations and wondering why the walls do not line up. This is why intelligent people often ask questions that seem unrelated or annoying. What do you mean by that? Compared to what? Why does that matter? To some, it sounds pedantic. In reality, they are trying to surface the hidden assumption so the conversation can actually move forward. Until that happens, everything else is noise. You have probably experienced this frustration. A discussion goes in circles. Everyone feels misunderstood. Nothing resolves. Meanwhile, you are sitting there thinking this whole thing depends on one belief nobody is naming. That is not arrogance. That is assumption detection kicking in. Your brain is scanning for the invisible rule shaping the exchange. Psychologically, this ability comes from metacognition, thinking about thinking. Intelligent brains naturally step one level above the conversation. They do not just process content. They process structure. What must this person believe for their argument to make sense? Once that belief is identified, the entire conversation becomes clearer. You can challenge it, accept it, or reframe it. But you are no longer stuck reacting blindly. This shortcut is powerful because it prevents manipulation. Many persuasive tactics rely on sneaking assumptions past awareness. Scarcity, authority, social proof. If you assume this opportunity is rare, you feel pressure. If you assume this person is an expert, you stop questioning. Intelligent minds instinctively pause and ask whether that assumption is earned. Not aggressively, quietly. This is also why intelligent people can feel exhausted by casual conversations. Small talk is full of implied norms and social assumptions that serve emotional bonding, not truth. The intelligent brain notices the gap between what is said and what is meant and has to decide whether to engage or let it slide. Often they choose silence, not because they are shy, but because correcting assumptions constantly is socially costly. Now for the validation that matters. If you often feel like you are having a different conversation than everyone else, you probably are. You are responding to the subtext while others are responding to the text. This can make you feel disconnected or even misunderstood. People may accuse you of overthinking or reading too much into things. In reality, you are seeing the scaffolding holding their words up. Neurologically, this skill is tied to pattern recognition and social cognition working together. The brain compares current statements to past conversations, cultural norms, and logical structures. When something does not align, it flags it, not as danger, but as inconsistency. Intelligent people trust this signal more than most, even when they cannot immediately articulate it. There is a downside, though. Detecting hidden assumptions can make it hard to relax. When you see the invisible, it is difficult to unsee it. Intelligent people sometimes struggle to simply agree or go along when the foundation feels shaky. This can create tension in relationships, especially with people who value harmony over clarity. Knowing when to surface an assumption and when to let it pass is a learned skill. The most effective communicators with this ability learn to phrase assumption challenges gently. Instead of saying you are wrong, they say what are we assuming here? Instead of pushing back directly, they reframe. This lowers defenses and invites reflection. When done well, it feels like clarity, not confrontation. Here is the tease that should keep you engaged. If you often sense that conversations hinge on something unspoken, you are not imagining it. You are detecting the invisible drivers shaping human interaction. Once you become aware of this shortcut, you stop getting dragged into pointless arguments and start steering conversations toward what actually matters. Because in a world where most people argue about conclusions, the ones who quietly identify assumptions are the ones who change minds, avoid traps, and see through confusion long before anyone else realizes there was something hidden to see. Recognizing emotional undercurrents without analysis, you can be in a room where everyone is smiling, nodding, saying the right things, and yet something feels heavy. Nothing logical explains it. No one has raised their voice. No conflict is visible. But your chest tightens slightly. Your attention sharpens. Highly intelligent brains pick this up instantly. Not by thinking about it, not by analyzing tone or replaying words. They feel the emotional current before it ever becomes conscious. Most people believe emotions are obvious. Anger looks like anger. Joy looks like joy. Tension looks like silence. But real human emotion rarely announces itself that clearly. It leaks through posture, timing, energy, the space between words. Intelligent minds are unusually sensitive to this leakage. They are not reading minds. They are reading patterns the body gives off without permission. Here is the part that surprises people. This recognition happens faster than language. Before you can name what you are sensing, your nervous system already reacted. That is why it feels instinctive. You do not think something is wrong. You know something is wrong. The knowing comes first. The explanation comes later, if at all. This ability is rooted in how the brain evolved. Humans survived by detecting emotional shifts early. A change in group mood could signal danger, rejection, betrayal, opportunity. Highly intelligent brains retain a heightened sensitivity to these signals, not because they are emotional, but because their perception bandwidth is wider. They pick up subtle inconsistencies others filter out. You have probably lived this. You walk into a meeting and immediately know whether it will go smoothly. You sense when a joke lands wrong before anyone reacts. You feel when someone says they are fine but clearly are not. And often, you cannot explain how you know. That is because explanation requires analysis, and this shortcut happens before analysis is even invited. What shocks people is that this skill does not rely on empathy alone. It relies on pattern recognition across emotional contexts. The brain compares the current emotional atmosphere to thousands of past situations. When something does not match, it flags it. The feeling is not emotional chaos. It is emotional signal detection. This is why highly intelligent people often seem socially aware even when they are quiet. They may not speak much, but they are tracking the room constantly. Who is tense? Who feels sidelined? Who is trying to assert control? Who is masking discomfort? They do not consciously list these things. The awareness simply exists. Now for the validation many people need. If you have ever felt emotionally affected by a situation before understanding why, you are not being irrational. You are being perceptive. Society often teaches people to distrust feelings unless they can be justified logically. Intelligent people learn the opposite lesson through experience. They notice that their emotional read is often correct long before facts confirm it. Neurologically, this shortcut involves fast processing pathways between sensory input and emotional centers in the brain. The information bypasses slow rational evaluation and goes straight to pattern matching. This is why trying to talk yourself out of the feeling rarely works. The signal was detected before logic showed up to vote. This also explains why intelligent people can feel emotionally overwhelmed without obvious cause. When you perceive undercurrents constantly, you are absorbing more emotional data than most. You feel tension others ignore. You notice discomfort others smooth over. Over time, this can be draining. Many intelligent people learn to numb or disconnect just to get relief. There is a social cost too. When you sense emotional truth that others deny, you face a choice. Speak up and risk being labeled dramatic or intuitive to the point of discomfort. Or stay silent and carry the awareness alone. Many choose silence, not because they lack confidence, but because emotional honesty often threatens group comfort. This shortcut is also why intelligent people are difficult to manipulate emotionally. Guilt trips, forced enthusiasm, fake urgency. These tactics rely on the listener accepting the surface emotion as real. Intelligent minds feel the mismatch. The emotion does not ring true. The body language does not align. The energy feels off. They may not call it out, but they do not buy it either. The most powerful aspect of this ability is speed. By the time others realize a situation has shifted emotionally, the intelligent observer has already adjusted. They change tone, they step back, they lean in, they wait. This makes them seem emotionally intelligent without effort. In reality, They are responding to information others never consciously receive. There is a discipline that comes with mastering this shortcut, learning which emotional signals require action and which can be acknowledged without reaction. Not every undercurrent is your responsibility. Highly intelligent people who thrive emotionally learn to observe without absorbing. They trust the signal without letting it hijack them. Here is the tease that should stay with you. If you often sense emotional truth before words catch up, that is not sensitivity as a weakness. It is perception at a higher resolution. Once you stop forcing yourself to analyze what you already feel, you gain a powerful advantage. You move earlier. You respond cleaner. You protect yourself quietly. Because in a world where most people react to emotions after they explode, the ones who recognize the undercurrent early are the ones who stay grounded, avoid unnecessary damage, and understand what is really happening long before anyone admits it out loud. Using first principle thinking automatically, most people start thinking from what already exists. What is normal? What is accepted? What has been done before? Highly intelligent brains do something almost opposite without trying. They strip a situation down until nothing familiar is left, then rebuild it from the ground up. Not because they want to be different, but because their brain does not trust borrowed conclusions. It wants the raw truth underneath. Here is the unsettling part. This happens automatically. Intelligent people are often accused of overcomplicating things, when in reality they are simplifying them to the most honest level. When someone says this is how it is done, their brain quietly asks why. When someone says that is impossible, their brain asks according to which rule. They are not being difficult. They are checking the foundation. First principle thinking sounds like a strategy you learn, but for many intelligent minds it is a reflex. They hear a problem and immediately ignore the labels, the traditions, the opinions. They focus on what cannot be argued away: physical limits, human incentives, time, energy, risk. Once those are clear, everything else becomes flexible. This is why highly intelligent people often feel out of sync with group thinking. Groups tend to reason by analogy. This worked before, so it should work again. Intelligent minds are less comfortable with that shortcut. They want to know whether the conditions that made it work before still exist. If they do not, the analogy collapses. And so does the conclusion. What shocks people is how often this leads to unconventional answers that end up being right. Not because the person is rebellious, but because first principles cut through inherited nonsense. Many rules exist only because nobody questioned them at the base level. Intelligent people question them without realizing others stopped long ago. You see this in problem solving constantly. Others debate tactics. Intelligent thinkers zoom out and redefine the problem itself. Instead of asking how do we do this better, they ask why are we doing this at all? That single move often saves time, money, and effort. But it also threatens people who are invested in the existing structure. This ability is closely tied to intellectual independence. First principle thinkers do not outsource their understanding. They may listen to experts, but they do not surrender reasoning. They translate expert claims back into fundamentals and see if they hold up. This is why intelligent people can spot flawed arguments even when they come from authority. Now for the validation that matters. If you have ever felt frustrated when people say that is just how it works, you are not stubborn. Your brain is rejecting unsupported assumptions. Many intelligent people learned early that blindly accepting explanations leads to bad outcomes. so their mind learned to rewind every claim to its starting point. Neurologically, this comes from strong abstract reasoning combined with low tolerance for cognitive dissonance. When something does not logically follow from the base reality, the brain flags it as unstable. It does not feel comfortable standing on conclusions it did not personally verify. That discomfort pushes it back to first principles again and again. This shortcut also explains why intelligent people can innovate naturally. When you rebuild from fundamentals, you are not constrained by existing solutions. You are free to assemble something new that fits the constraints better. Innovation is rarely about creativity alone. It is about removing false limits. First principle thinking does that by default. But there is a cost. Thinking this way can feel lonely. When everyone else accepts an explanation and moves on, you may still be stuck at the foundation. Questioning things others consider settled can make you seem slow or contrarian. In reality, you are doing deeper work. Work that pays off later, not immediately. There is also a social friction that comes with this shortcut. First principle thinkers can unintentionally invalidate others by challenging assumptions they identify with. When someone says this is how we do things, and you ask why, it can feel threatening. Highly intelligent people often learn to soften this instinct socially, even though it never turns off internally. What separates the most effective first principle thinkers is restraint. They learn when to rebuild and when to accept a working system. Not everything needs to be reinvented. Wisdom is knowing which problems deserve foundational thinking and which do not. Intelligence provides the ability. Experience provides the filter. Here is the tease that should stick with you. If you find yourself mentally peeling problems back to their core without effort, you are not overthinking. You are thinking at the root level. Once you recognize this, you stop feeling guilty for questioning obvious things and start trusting your ability to see past surface logic. Because in a world that runs on inherited assumptions, the people who automatically think from first principles are the ones who escape bad systems, create better ones, and quietly understand reality more clearly than those who never think to ask what everything is actually built on. Anticipating second-order consequences, most people make decisions by looking at what happens immediately after. Did it work? Did it feel good? Did it remove discomfort right now? Highly intelligent brains do not stop there. Their mind automatically jumps ahead, not dramatically, not consciously, just enough to feel whether this choice creates a problem later. That feeling often shows up as hesitation, not fear, not doubt. A quiet pause where something feels unfinished. Everyone else sees the outcome. The intelligent mind senses the ripple behind it. If this happens, what changes next? And once that changes, what follows? This is what second-order thinking looks like in real life. You see someone take the easy option and feel uneasy even though it worked. You hear a solution everyone agrees with and sense future friction. You are not being negative. Your brain is tracking consequences that have not arrived yet. Here is the part that surprises people. The first effect of a decision is usually the least important one. The real impact shows up later, when behavior adapts, when incentives shift, when expectations form. Intelligent brains are tuned to that delayed layer. They instinctively ask, what does this train people to do next? This shows up everywhere. In relationships, avoiding a hard conversation creates calm now but distance later. In work, rewarding speed over quality produces results now but chaos later. In life, choosing comfort repeatedly creates fragility you only notice when pressure hits. Intelligent minds feel this chain before it becomes visible. This is why intelligent people often seem cautious when others are excited. A quick win lights up the room. The intelligent person feels the hidden cost attached to it. Not emotionally dramatic, just a quiet awareness that this solves one problem while planting another. It can feel isolating. When everyone celebrates and you hesitate, you learn to stay quiet. Nobody likes the person who says what happens next. Over time, many intelligent people suppress this instinct socially, then feel frustrated when the predictable fallout surprises everyone else. Neurologically, this comes from strong cause and effect mapping across time. Intelligent brains connect present actions to future states more easily. They are less anchored to now. That creates foresight, but it also creates weight. When you can see consequences, careless decisions feel uncomfortable. This is why impulsive environments are exhausting for intelligent people. Decisions are made for speed, emotion, or appearance, and long-term stability is ignored. The tension you feel is not control. It is sensitivity to fragility. Second-order thinking also makes intelligent people harder to manipulate. Many offers look good up front and hide their cost later. Intelligent minds feel suspicious when something seems too clean. Even without proof, the imbalance is felt. Who benefits later? Who pays later? There is a cost to this shortcut. Seeing ahead can make life feel heavy. You carry futures others ignore. You anticipate regret before it exists. Learning when to stop projecting forward and stay present is a skill intelligent people must develop deliberately. Here is the tease to sit with. If you often feel uneasy about choices others rush into, you are not overthinking. You are thinking longer. Once you trust this instinct, you stop doubting your caution and start realizing you are protecting future versions of yourself. Because in a world obsessed with immediate results, the people who naturally anticipate second-order consequences are the ones who avoid predictable mistakes and understand why the same problems keep repeating for those who never look past what happens first. Switching perspectives effortlessly, you can be listening to an argument and suddenly realize you understand both sides at the same time. Not emotionally agreeing, not trying to mediate. You just see how each person's position makes sense from where they are standing. Highly intelligent brains do this effortlessly. They do not lock into a single viewpoint. They slide between perspectives so smoothly it barely feels like a skill. Most people experience perspective as identity. If I see it this way, that is my side. Changing views feels like betrayal or weakness. Intelligent minds treat perspective as a tool, not a commitment. They can step into a different frame without losing themselves, like changing camera angles while staying in the same room. Here is what shocks people. This switching happens before judgment. Intelligent brains do not decide who is right first. They ask, where is each person reasoning from? What information do they have? What incentives are shaping them? What fear or goal is driving their stance? Once that is clear, the argument stops feeling confusing. It becomes predictable. This is why intelligent people often feel bored during heated debates. Not because they do not care, but because the outcome feels obvious once the perspectives are mapped. You can already see where each side will go because you understand the internal logic guiding them. The fight is not mysterious. It is mechanical. You have probably noticed this in yourself. Someone explains their behavior, and instead of reacting, your mind automatically fills in why it made sense to them. Even when you disagree, you can see how they arrived there. That does not mean you excuse it. It means you understand it. Understanding is faster than judgment for intelligent minds. This ability comes from cognitive flexibility. The brain can hold multiple mental models at once without needing to collapse them into one truth. Most people want closure quickly because holding opposing views creates discomfort. Intelligent minds tolerate that discomfort. They let conflicting perspectives coexist until clarity emerges naturally. This is also why intelligent people are good at strategy. If you can see how others see the world, you can anticipate their moves. You know what they will notice and what they will miss. You understand what will persuade them and what will backfire. This is not manipulation. It is alignment with reality. Now the validation. If you have ever been told you are too neutral, too understanding, or that you always see both sides, this is not indecision. It is perspective agility. Many intelligent people feel pressure to pick a side faster than they are ready to because society rewards certainty over comprehension. Neurologically, this skill relies on strong connections between abstract reasoning and social cognition. The brain can detach from its default viewpoint and simulate another without emotional threat. That detachment is why intelligent people can discuss ideas without feeling personally attacked. An argument about a belief does not feel like an argument about their worth. There is a downside, though. Switching perspectives easily can make it hard to take strong positions publicly. When you see nuance everywhere, simple narratives feel false. Intelligent people sometimes stay quiet not because they lack opinions, but because reducing a complex reality to a slogan feels dishonest. This is also why intelligent people can feel misunderstood. Others may think they are fence-sitters when they are actually standing above the fence, seeing the whole layout. The ability to see more can isolate you from people who need clean lines and clear enemies. The most effective people with this shortcut learn when to zoom in and commit. Perspective switching is powerful, but action still requires a choice. Intelligence provides the range. Wisdom decides where to land. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally understand viewpoints that others find contradictory, you are not confused. You are flexible. Once you recognize this ability, you stop forcing yourself into rigid positions and start using perspective as leverage. Because in a world addicted to taking sides, the people who can switch perspectives effortlessly are the ones who predict behavior accurately, resolve conflict intelligently, and understand situations long before anyone else realizes there was more than one way to see them. Knowing when not to think deeply, some situations do not need depth, they need restraint. Highly intelligent brains know this instinctively, even though it sounds counterintuitive. They are capable of deep thinking, but they are also good at knowing when not to use it, when to stop analyzing, when to let something pass, when thinking more would only make things worse. This is not laziness. It is discernment. Most people assume intelligent minds are always thinking harder, digging deeper, questioning everything. In reality, the smartest thinkers are selective. They do not apply depth universally. They ask a quiet internal question first. Does deeper thinking improve the outcome here? If the answer is no, the mind disengages without guilt. That is what shocks people. Intelligent brains do not treat every problem as worthy of analysis. Some things are noise. Some conversations are emotional loops. Some decisions are low impact. Overthinking them would only drain energy and distort judgment. So the intelligent mind lets them stay shallow. You see this in social situations all the time. Someone makes a careless comment. Most people either react emotionally or spiral internally. The intelligent mind recognizes that nothing productive comes from unpacking it. No insight, no leverage, no growth. So it is ignored, not suppressed, just filtered out. This is also why intelligent people can appear calm in situations that trigger others. They are not detached. They are selective. They know when thinking deeply would create anxiety without producing clarity. So they do not feed the loop. They move on. There is a neurological reason this matters. Deep thinking is expensive. It consumes cognitive and emotional resources. Intelligent brains learned early that not every stimulus deserves that cost. Saving depth for high-impact decisions keeps the mind sharp instead of scattered. Now for the validation many people need. If you have ever felt guilty for not wanting to analyze something to death, you are not avoiding growth. You are protecting bandwidth. Society often equates intelligence with constant rumination, but that is not intelligence. That is exhaustion. This shortcut also explains why intelligent people can drop arguments midstream. They realize the discussion is not about truth or resolution. It is about ego, emotion, or control. Continuing would not change anything, so they stop, not because they lost, because they saw the ceiling. Knowing when not to think deeply is also a form of emotional intelligence. Some situations need presence, not analysis. Comfort, not solutions. Action, not reflection. Intelligent people sense when thinking would create distance instead of connection. There is a misconception that this makes intelligent people apathetic. It does not. It makes them efficient. They think deeply when depth compounds, when it changes direction, when it prevents future damage. They do not waste insight on situations that cannot absorb it. This skill becomes more important with age and experience. The more you understand the world, the more you realize how many problems are unsolvable, temporary, or irrelevant. Wisdom is knowing the difference. Here is the tease to sit with. If you sometimes choose not to think deeply even though you could, that is not a flaw. It is mastery. Once you stop proving how much you can think and start choosing when to think, clarity increases and anxiety drops. Because in a world that rewards constant analysis, the people who know when not to think deeply are the ones who stay grounded, conserve their energy, and make their intelligence count where it actually matters. Spotting logical fallacies almost instantly. You can be listening to someone speak and feel your mind tighten for a split second. Not disagreement. Not emotion. Just a quiet signal that something does not add up. The argument sounds confident. The tone is persuasive. Other people are nodding. But your brain already knows there is a crack in the logic. Highly intelligent minds spot that crack almost instantly, often before they can explain why. Most people think logical fallacies require training to notice. Fancy names. Formal debate skills. In reality, intelligent brains catch them intuitively. Not because they memorized rules, but because their mind tracks structure automatically. They feel when a conclusion does not actually follow from the premise, when emotion is standing in for evidence, when certainty is being smuggled in without support. Here is what surprises people. This detection happens faster than conscious reasoning. You do not sit there listing errors. You feel a kind of internal friction. Something feels forced. The argument jumps too far. The comparison feels off. By the time others react emotionally, the intelligent mind has already flagged the inconsistency. This is why intelligent people often look disengaged during heated arguments. Not because they are uninterested, but because the flaw appeared early. Once you see that the foundation is weak, the rest of the argument feels like decoration. Volume increases. Confidence rises, but nothing structural changes. You have probably experienced this. Someone says everyone thinks this way, and your brain immediately asks who exactly is everyone. Someone claims this worked before, so it must work again, and you sense the missing context. Someone frames an issue as only two options, and your mind quietly notices the false choice. You may not interrupt, you may not argue, but internally, the verdict is already in. This ability comes from pattern recognition applied to reasoning. Intelligent brains have seen enough arguments to recognize common shapes, emotional appeal dressed as logic, authority replacing evidence, correlation pretending to be cause. Once those shapes are familiar, the brain spots them the same way it spots a familiar face in a crowd. Now the validation that matters. If you often feel frustrated listening to confident but sloppy reasoning, you are not arrogant. You are sensitive to coherence. Many intelligent people doubt themselves because others speak with certainty. But confidence and correctness are not the same thing. Your discomfort is your mind rejecting inconsistency. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on fast integration between reasoning and error detection systems. When something violates expected logical flow, the brain flags it immediately. This is why the reaction feels physical sometimes. A tightening, a pause, a sense of weight that does not follow. The signal arrives before language does. This skill also explains why intelligent people are hard to persuade with rhetoric alone. They are not immune to emotion, but emotion without structure does not stick. They listen for what actually supports the claim. When it is missing, persuasion slides off. There is a social cost, though. Calling out fallacies can make conversations tense. Many intelligent people learn to stay quiet, especially in group settings. They know correcting logic often feels like a personal attack to the speaker. So they choose silence over conflict, even when they see the flaw clearly. The most effective thinkers with this ability learn timing. They know when exposing a fallacy helps and when it only escalates. Sometimes the smartest move is not to correct, but to disengage. Not every bad argument needs an audience. Here is the tease to hold on to. If you regularly sense that arguments collapse under light pressure, you are not cynical. You are precise. Once you trust this instinct, you stop being impressed by confident talk and start valuing solid reasoning. Because in a world where persuasion often matters more than truth, the people who can spot logical fallacies instantly are the ones who avoid manipulation, make cleaner decisions, and see through noise long before it convinces anyone else. Compressing large ideas into mental models. Some people hear a big idea and feel overwhelmed. Too abstract. Too much information. Highly intelligent brains react differently. Their mind immediately starts compressing. They do not try to remember everything. They look for the shape of the idea, the internal model that makes the whole thing easier to carry. This happens fast, almost automatically. While others are still processing details, the intelligent mind is already building a simplified mental map. Not a summary, a framework. Something that explains how the pieces relate so the idea can be reused later without rethinking it from scratch. Here is what surprises people. Intelligent minds are not storing more information. They are storing less. But what they store is higher leverage. Instead of facts, they keep relationships. Instead of examples, they keep rules. Once the model is built, new information snaps into place easily. You see this when someone learns a complex topic quickly. To outsiders, it looks like talent or prior knowledge. In reality, the person identified the core mechanics early. Once you understand the engine, the details stop being confusing. They become predictable. This is why intelligent people often explain complicated things in simple ways, not because they dumb them down, but because they already compressed them internally. When they speak, they are unpacking a model, not reciting information. That makes clarity feel effortless. You have probably noticed this in yourself. You listen to a long explanation, then suddenly think, oh, this is basically about this one thing. That moment is mental compression. Your brain just replaced dozens of details with one usable structure. This shortcut is powerful because it saves cognitive energy. The brain hates clutter. Mental models reduce load by turning chaos into something navigable. Intelligent minds do this instinctively because it makes thinking feel lighter instead of heavier. Neurologically, this relies on abstraction. The brain pulls away from surface features and locks onto patterns that repeat. That is why intelligent people can move between fields easily. The surface language changes, but the underlying models stay familiar. Feedback loops repeat, incentives repeat, trade-offs repeat. Now the validation part. If you often feel impatient with long explanations, it may be because your brain already built the model and is waiting for something new. This does not mean you think you know everything. It means you understand the structure and no longer need every example. There is a social downside, though. When you compress ideas quickly, others may think you are skipping steps or oversimplifying. They do not see the internal model you are working from. Intelligent people often learn to slow down their explanations to meet others where they are, even when the clarity already exists internally. This ability also explains why intelligent people love analogies. Analogies are shortcuts to models. They let you reuse an existing mental structure instead of building a new one. When someone says this works like this other thing, the intelligent brain lights up because compression just happened. But there is a risk. Overcompression can hide nuance. A model is not reality, it is a tool. Highly intelligent people who grow wiser learn to update their models when reality pushes back. Flexibility matters more than elegance. The most effective thinkers treat mental models as living structures. They refine them, combine them, discard them when they stop working. Intelligence builds the model. Experience stress tests it. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally reduce big ideas into simple internal maps, you are not shortcutting understanding. You are deepening it. Once you recognize this ability, you stop feeling guilty for wanting clarity and start trusting your mind to handle complexity efficiently. Because in a world drowning in information, the people who can compress large ideas into clean mental models are the ones who learn faster, explain better, and move through complexity without getting lost in it. Recognizing when intuition beats data. There are moments when all the data looks clean, organized, convincing, and yet something inside you quietly resists it. The numbers say yes. The logic checks out. Everyone agrees. But your body hesitates. Highly intelligent brains pay attention to that hesitation, not because they distrust data, but because they know data is never the full story. Most people are taught that intelligence means following evidence at all costs. More data equals better decisions. But intelligent minds learn a deeper rule through experience. Data describes the past. Intuition integrates the past with context, pattern, and human behavior in the present. When those two conflict, it is often intuition that sees the crack first. Here is what surprises people. Intuition is not random feeling. It is compressed experience. It is the brain recognizing patterns too complex or too subtle to articulate quickly. When a highly intelligent person goes against the data, they are not being reckless. They are responding to signals the data cannot measure yet. You see this in hiring decisions, negotiations, relationships, and strategy. On paper, something looks perfect. The metrics align, the projections are strong, but the intelligent mind senses fragility, a misaligned incentive, a personality mismatch, a timing issue, something that does not show up in spreadsheets but has ruined outcomes before. This is why intelligent people often pause when others rush forward confidently. They feel when a situation is technically correct but practically wrong. Data can tell you what usually works. Intuition tells you when this time is different. Psychologically, this happens because the brain stores experience as patterns, not spreadsheets. When current conditions resemble past failures or successes in subtle ways, intuition fires. It does not announce itself clearly. It shows up as discomfort, hesitation, or quiet confidence. That signal arrives before conscious reasoning catches up. Now the validation. If you have ever ignored a strong internal signal because the data looked good and later regretted it, you are not irrational. You overrode pattern recognition with surface certainty. Many intelligent people learn this lesson the hard way. Data can be persuasive. Intuition whispers. This does not mean intelligent people reject data. They respect it deeply. But they know its limits. Data works best in stable systems. Human systems are rarely stable. People adapt. Context shifts. Incentives change. Intelligent minds sense when the assumptions behind the data no longer hold. This is also why intelligent people struggle in environments obsessed with metrics. When numbers become the goal instead of the signal, intuition gets punished. Over time, intelligent people either disengage or learn to quietly balance both, following data publicly while trusting intuition privately. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on fast pattern matching systems that bypass conscious analysis. That is why intuition feels bodily: tight chest, uneasy calm, sudden clarity. These are not mystical sensations. They are the nervous system flagging inconsistency. There is a danger here, though. Not every feeling is intuition. Fear, bias, and ego can disguise themselves as insight. The difference is consistency. True intuition strengthens with experience and proves itself over time. Intelligent people learn to test it, not worship it. The most effective decision makers treat intuition and data as partners. Data narrows options. Intuition chooses timing and fit. One without the other creates blind spots. Together, they produce judgment. Here is the tease to hold on to. If you sometimes trust a quiet internal signal, even when the data says otherwise, you are not ignoring intelligence. You are using a deeper layer of it. Once you learn when intuition beats data, you stop feeling reckless and start realizing you are seeing what numbers cannot yet capture. Because in a world that worships metrics, the people who know when intuition matters more are the ones who avoid elegant failures and make decisions that actually hold up in reality. Making fast decisions with incomplete information. There are moments when waiting feels wrong, not because you are impatient, but because something inside you knows that more information will not actually change the decision. Highly intelligent brains recognize those moments quickly. They do not freeze just because the picture is incomplete. They move anyway, calmly, decisively, and often correctly. Most people are taught that good decisions require full information. Gather more data. Ask more opinions. Reduce uncertainty. Intelligent minds learn a harder truth. Complete information almost never arrives. The world moves while you wait, and in many situations, speed matters more than precision. Here is what surprises people. Fast decision-making does not mean careless decision-making. Intelligent brains are not guessing. They are filling gaps with pattern recognition. They look at what is missing and infer what is likely based on past structures. They do not need every detail. They need the shape. This is why intelligent people often decide faster in unfamiliar situations than others do in familiar ones. Their brain is not tied to specific facts. It is tracking dynamics, incentives, momentum, risk direction. Once those are clear, the decision becomes obvious even if details are still fuzzy. You have probably seen this. Someone hesitates because they do not know everything yet. The intelligent person moves because they know what matters most. Not all information carries equal weight. Some data changes nothing. Some signals change everything. Intelligent minds instinctively know the difference. This ability shows up clearly under pressure. Emergencies, negotiations, conflicts. When time is limited, most people panic or stall. Intelligent brains narrow focus. They ask what decision keeps the most options open. What choice avoids irreversible damage? What move can be adjusted later if needed? That last part matters. Intelligent, fast decisions are rarely final. They are directional. The brain chooses a path that allows correction. Instead of waiting for certainty, it chooses flexibility. This is why these decisions often age well even when they are not perfect. Now the validation. If you have ever been told you act too quickly, but your decisions usually work out, you are not reckless, you are probabilistic. You understand that delay has a cost. Many intelligent people learn to doubt this ability because society rewards caution publicly, even when speed privately wins. Neurologically, this shortcut comes from efficient integration. Intelligent brains combine limited data with past experience rapidly. They do not overload working memory. They trust pattern completion. That trust is not blind. It is earned through repeated feedback over time. This also explains why intelligent people are comfortable saying we can adjust later. They are not afraid of being wrong. They are afraid of being stuck. A fast, imperfect decision that can be refined is often better than a perfect decision that arrives too late. There is a risk here, though. Acting fast with incomplete information requires emotional regulation. Panicked decisions look similar from the outside, but feel different inside. Intelligent, fast decisions feel calm, grounded, clear. If the decision feels rushed and chaotic, that is not this shortcut. That is stress. The best decision makers learn to distinguish urgency from anxiety. They move fast when clarity exists, even if data does not. They slow down when emotion is driving the speed. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you often know what to do before you know why, and acting quickly usually puts you ahead rather than behind, you are not impulsive. You are adaptive. Once you trust this ability, you stop apologizing for moving early and start refining your judgment deliberately. Because in a world that waits for certainty that never comes, the people who can make fast decisions with incomplete information are the ones who seize momentum, avoid paralysis, and quietly shape outcomes while others are still deciding. Identifying leverage points in systems. Most people try to fix problems by pushing harder. More effort, more rules, more pressure. Highly intelligent brains look somewhere else. They scan for the one small point where a light push creates a big shift, the leverage point. And once they see it, they cannot unsee it. This does not feel like strategy at first. It feels like impatience with wasted motion. Everyone is busy doing things. And the intelligent mind is quietly asking why none of it is changing anything. That question leads them away from surface actions and toward structure. Here is what surprises people. Systems do not respond proportionally. Pushing twice as hard rarely creates twice the result. Sometimes it creates nothing. Sometimes it creates backlash. Intelligent minds understand this intuitively. They stop asking how much effort is needed and start asking where effort actually matters. You see this in workplaces, relationships, habits, and even personal growth. Most people focus on visible problems. Intelligent people look for the rule creating the problem, the incentive, the bottleneck, the feedback loop. Change that, and everything downstream shifts with it. This is why intelligent people often suggest solutions that feel almost too simple. Change one meeting. Change one rule. Change one conversation. Others dismiss it because it looks small. Then suddenly everything improves. That is leverage in action. The reason this works is that systems are not collections of parts. They are patterns of interaction. Intelligent minds pay attention to how things reinforce each other. What behavior gets rewarded? What behavior gets punished? What repeats? Once you see the pattern, you stop fighting symptoms and start adjusting the source. You have probably felt this yourself. You look at a messy situation and think this whole thing hinges on one thing nobody is addressing. That is leverage detection. Your brain is isolating the variable that controls the rest. This ability develops because intelligent brains think relationally. They do not just notice elements, they notice connections. When one connection is overloaded or misaligned, everything else strains around it. Fix that connection and pressure disappears elsewhere without direct effort. Now the validation. If you often feel frustrated watching people work hard with little result, you are not arrogant. You are leverage sensitive. Many intelligent people struggle in environments that reward visible effort over effective change. They feel like they are watching energy leak out of a system with nobody willing to seal the crack. Neurologically, this shortcut comes from strong pattern compression. The brain reduces complexity until only the controlling factors remain. That is why intelligent people can walk into complex systems and understand them faster than insiders. Insiders are buried in activity. The intelligent observer sees structure. There is a social cost, though. Pointing out leverage points can threaten people who are invested in the current system. If one small change solves the issue, what does that say about all the effort already spent? Intelligent people often learn to phrase their insights carefully or keep them to themselves. This skill also explains why intelligent people prefer redesign over motivation. Instead of pushing themselves or others harder, they change the environment, remove friction, add feedback, shift incentives. Behavior changes naturally when the system changes, but leverage thinking has limits. Not every system is ready to move. Timing matters. Some leverage points only work when pressure has built enough. Intelligent people learn patience alongside insight. Knowing where to push does not mean pushing immediately. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally look for the smallest change with the biggest impact, you are not cutting corners. You are thinking systemically. Once you trust this instinct, you stop wasting energy on force and start shaping outcomes quietly and efficiently. Because in a world obsessed with doing more, the people who can identify leverage points in systems are the ones who create real change with less effort and understand why most hard work never pays off the way people expect. Automatically questioning surface-level explanations. Someone explains something and on the surface it sounds complete, clean, reasonable. Most people accept it and move on. Highly intelligent brains do not. Not because they want to argue, but because something inside them does not settle. The explanation feels finished too quickly, like a door that closed before you saw what was behind it. This questioning does not show up as skepticism at first. It shows up as a quiet pause, a sense that the answer explained what happened, but not why it had to happen that way. Intelligent minds instinctively feel the gap between description and cause. They are not satisfied with labels. They want the mechanism underneath. Here is what surprises people. This happens automatically. The intelligent brain does not decide to question surface explanations. It simply cannot stop. When someone says this is just how it is, the mind asks what made it that way. When someone blames personality, the mind looks for incentives. When someone blames bad luck, the mind looks for structure. This is why intelligent people often sound like they are digging deeper, even when they are not trying to. They are not distrusting others. They are distrusting incomplete stories. Surface explanations are usually placeholders. They smooth things over. They help conversations move on, but they rarely help understanding. You see this everywhere. A company fails and people say poor leadership. An argument happens and people say bad communication. A habit does not stick and people say lack of discipline. Intelligent minds immediately feel that those explanations are too thin. They explain the outcome, not the engine that produced it. This instinct develops because intelligent brains are sensitive to causality. They want to know what reliably produces what. If an explanation cannot be reused to predict future outcomes, it feels useless. That discomfort pushes the mind deeper. You have probably noticed this in yourself. You hear an explanation and think, okay, but what caused that? Not out of cynicism, out of curiosity. You want something you can work with, something actionable, something real. Now for the validation. If you often feel unsatisfied by simple answers, you are not being difficult. Your brain is rejecting false closure. Many intelligent people grow up feeling like something is wrong with them because others seem content with explanations that feel hollow. Over time, they either learn to stay quiet or to soften their questions so they do not sound confrontational. Neurologically, this shortcut comes from pattern integrity. When an explanation does not align with known cause and effect structures, the brain flags it. Not as wrong necessarily, but as incomplete. That flag shows up as curiosity, not hostility. This ability also protects against manipulation. Many narratives rely on surface explanations to avoid scrutiny. Blame a person instead of a system. Blame timing instead of incentives. Intelligent minds instinctively feel when an explanation is doing emotional work instead of explanatory work. There is a social cost, though. Questioning surface explanations can make others uncomfortable. Simple stories feel safe. Deeper causes threaten responsibility and change. Intelligent people often learn to choose when to question out loud and when to just note it internally. The most effective thinkers learn how to ask without attacking. Instead of saying that does not make sense, they say, what do you think caused that? This invites depth without triggering defense. Here is the tease to sit with. If you naturally feel compelled to look past obvious explanations, you are not overthinking. You are seeking leverage and truth. Once you trust this instinct, you stop settling for stories that explain nothing and start understanding how things actually work. Because in a world that runs on comfortable answers, the people who automatically question surface-level explanations are the ones who uncover real causes, avoid repeating mistakes, and quietly see why things unfold the way they do long before anyone else does. Translating abstract ideas into concrete examples, some people hear an abstract idea and immediately get lost. It sounds smart but slippery, hard to pin down. Highly intelligent brains do the opposite. Almost instantly, the idea turns into something concrete, a scene, a situation, a real-world example you could point to and say this is what it looks like. This does not feel like a skill, it feels like translation. The mind takes something vague and gives it weight. Instead of floating concepts, it creates something you can visualize, test, and remember. That is why intelligent people often explain complex ideas in ways that suddenly make others say, "Oh, I get it now." Here is what surprises people. This translation happens automatically. Intelligent minds are uncomfortable leaving ideas abstract for too long. If something cannot be grounded in reality, it feels incomplete, not wrong, just unfinished. So the brain searches for a concrete instance where the idea actually shows up. You see this when someone talks about motivation and the intelligent person immediately brings up habits, or when someone discusses power and the intelligent mind describes who gets interrupted in meetings. Abstract ideas become real through behavior, situations, and outcomes. That is where they stop being theoretical and start being useful. This ability exists because intelligent brains link concepts to experience quickly. They do not store ideas as definitions. They store them as patterns in action. When they hear an abstract claim, their mind asks, where does this show up in real life? If no example appears, the idea feels weak. You have probably noticed this in yourself. Someone explains something in a high-level way, and you think, okay, but what does that actually look like? Then the moment you find an example, everything clicks. That click is not learning more. It is anchoring. This is why intelligent people are often good teachers, even when they do not try to be. They instinctively move from theory to illustration, not because others are slow, but because reality is the fastest way to understand anything. A good example carries more information than a long explanation. Now the validation. If you struggle with abstract talk unless it is tied to something real, you are not lacking intelligence. You are grounded. Many intelligent people feel alienated in environments full of jargon and vague concepts because their brain keeps asking, where is this actually happening? Neurologically, this shortcut relies on connecting abstract reasoning with sensory and experiential memory. The brain does not like disembodied ideas. It wants something it can simulate. Once an idea has a concrete form, it becomes easier to manipulate, question, and apply. This skill also protects against nonsense. Many weak ideas survive by staying abstract. Once you force them into a real example, they collapse. Intelligent minds do this instinctively. They test ideas by imagining them in the wild. If it fails there, it fails. There is a social cost, though. Translating abstractions into concrete examples can make others feel exposed. Abstract talk feels safe. Examples make things personal and real. Intelligent people often learn to soften this instinct so they do not sound like they are calling people out. The most effective communicators learn to use this ability intentionally. They choose examples that clarify without attacking. They ground ideas in shared experience instead of personal critique. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally turn big ideas into simple real-world examples, you are not oversimplifying. You are completing the thought. Once you trust this ability, you stop feeling intimidated by abstract language and start seeing through it. Because in a world full of ideas that sound smart but mean little, the people who can translate abstraction into reality are the ones who actually understand, explain clearly, and make ideas useful instead of impressive. Sensing when something doesn't add up. Sometimes nothing is obviously wrong, yet everything feels slightly off. The facts line up. The story is smooth. The explanation sounds reasonable. And still, something inside you tightens. Highly intelligent brains notice that feeling immediately. Not as fear, not as doubt, as misalignment. This sense does not arrive loudly. It shows up quietly, almost politely. A pause. A raised eyebrow in the mind. A subtle discomfort that says this fits on the surface, but not underneath. Most people ignore that signal because they cannot explain it. Intelligent minds pay attention to it because they know where it comes from. Here is what surprises people. This feeling is not intuition in the mystical sense. It is pattern integrity. Your brain has absorbed thousands of past situations, stories, behaviors, and outcomes. When something violates those internal patterns, even slightly, the brain flags it before conscious reasoning can catch up. That is why the feeling is vague at first. You cannot point to the exact problem yet. You just know that the pieces are arranged in a way you have seen fail before, or lie before, or unravel before. The intelligent brain treats that signal as information, not emotion. You see this in conversations all the time. Someone explains why they acted a certain way, and logically it makes sense. But the tone does not match. The timing does not match. The incentive does not match. Intelligent minds sense that mismatch instantly, even if they cannot articulate it yet. This ability also shows up with systems and plans. A proposal looks solid. The math works. The steps are clear. But one assumption feels hidden. One dependency feels ignored. One variable feels too convenient. The intelligent brain cannot relax until that gap is examined. You have probably felt this yourself. You agree verbally, but internally you are uneasy. Not anxious, alert. That is your mind saying the story is complete but reality is not accounted for. Now the validation. If you often feel this discomfort while others seem convinced, you are not paranoid. You are sensitive to coherence. Many intelligent people grow up being told they are overthinking because they question things that sound fine. Over time, they learn that sounding fine and being true are not the same thing. Neurologically, this shortcut comes from fast consistency checks. The brain constantly compares new input against internal models of how things usually work. When something deviates, even subtly, it triggers unease. That unease is not judgment. It is data. This is also why intelligent people often ask clarifying questions that seem unnecessary to others. They are not being difficult. They are trying to locate the mismatch. Once the inconsistency is resolved, the discomfort disappears. If it cannot be resolved, trust drops. There is a social cost to this skill. Calling out that something does not add up can make others defensive. Many people rely on smooth explanations to maintain comfort. Intelligent people learn to decide when to voice their concern and when to simply note it internally. The most effective ones learn to phrase their discomfort as curiosity instead of accusation. Can you help me understand this part? How does this connect to that? These questions are not traps. They are alignment checks. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you often sense something is off before you know why, you are not suspicious. You are perceptive. Once you trust that signal, you stop dismissing it as anxiety and start using it as an early warning system. Because in a world full of polished stories and confident explanations, The people who can sense when something does not add up are the ones who avoid bad deals, false narratives, and elegant lies long before they collapse, prioritizing effort based on impact, not urgency. Most people live in reaction mode. Whatever screams the loudest gets attention first. The email marked urgent, the message with pressure, the task with a deadline breathing down your neck. Highly intelligent brains notice something different. Urgency is noisy, but impact is quiet. And they instinctively choose quiet. This does not look impressive from the outside. It looks like ignoring things, delaying responses, letting fires burn a little longer. But internally, the intelligent mind is asking a sharper question. If I put effort here, what actually changes? Not what feels stressful, what moves the outcome. Here is what shocks people. Urgent tasks are often unimportant. They demand attention because someone else failed to plan, panicked, or offloaded pressure. Intelligent minds sense this immediately. They feel the emotional pull of urgency, but do not obey it automatically. They pause long enough to see whether solving this now actually improves anything meaningful. You see this in high performers who seem calm while others are frantic. They are not slower. They are selective. They know that doing the wrong thing quickly is still the wrong thing. So they resist the instinct to react and instead choose where effort compounds. This ability develops because intelligent brains think in consequences, not emotions. They ask what happens if this waits? What happens if this does not? What happens if I redirect effort somewhere less visible but more structural? That thinking makes urgency feel negotiable. You have probably experienced this. A dozen tasks feel pressing, but only one actually changes the trajectory. Once you handle that one, the rest either disappear or become easier. Intelligent minds hunt for that task first, even if it is not the loudest. Now the validation. If you often feel frustrated by constant urgency and prefer working on things that matter long term, you are not lazy or disengaged. Your brain is impact-oriented. Many intelligent people feel out of place in environments that reward responsiveness over results. They quietly do the work that prevents future emergencies instead of reacting to current ones. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on future modeling. The brain simulates outcomes and notices which actions create lasting change. Tasks that only relieve short-term pressure feel empty. Tasks that shift systems feel satisfying. Intelligent people trust that internal signal even when others do not. This also explains why intelligent people sometimes seem unbothered by chaos. They can tell which fires burn out on their own and which ones spread. Urgency tries to collapse all priorities into now. Intelligence re-expands time and sorts accordingly. There is a social cost, though. Not responding immediately can look careless. Choosing impact over urgency can be misread as avoidance. Intelligent people often learn to manage perceptions while protecting their focus, answering just enough to buy time while working on what actually matters. The most effective ones learn a simple rule. Urgency is a feeling. Impact is a result. Feelings pass. Results stay. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally choose effort based on what changes outcomes instead of what demands attention, you are not disconnected. You are strategic. Once you stop letting urgency hijack your focus, you start producing results that compound while others stay busy. Because in a world addicted to immediate response, the people who prioritize effort based on impact quietly outperform everyone who mistakes pressure for importance. Detecting patterns across unrelated fields, most people keep ideas in separate boxes. Business over here, psychology over there, biology, history, relationships, technology, all neatly divided. Highly intelligent brains do not work that way. They blur the borders automatically. They notice when something from one field quietly mirrors something from another, even when no one else sees a connection. This does not feel like trying to be clever. It feels like recognition. A strange sense of familiarity. You learn something new and think I have seen this before, just wearing a different outfit. While others focus on surface differences, the intelligent mind locks onto structure. Here is what shocks people. These connections are rarely obvious. They do not live in terminology. They live in dynamics, feedback loops, incentives, growth curves, power laws. Once you see those patterns in one domain, you start seeing them everywhere. That is why highly intelligent people can jump between fields without starting from zero. They are not memorizing new facts from scratch. They are mapping new information onto existing patterns. A market behaves like an ecosystem. A team behaves like a nervous system. A relationship behaves like a negotiation. Different language, same underlying mechanics. You see this when someone explains a complex idea using an example from a totally different area, and it suddenly makes perfect sense. Others wonder how they even thought of that. The truth is their brain never separated those ideas in the first place. This ability exists because intelligent minds abstract quickly. They strip away context until only the core behavior remains. What is really happening here? Who has leverage? Where does feedback amplify or dampen outcomes? What repeats over time? Once those questions are answered, the field almost does not matter. You have probably felt this yourself. You learn something in one area of life, and suddenly it explains something else you struggled with before. Not metaphorically, functionally. That is cross-domain pattern detection at work. Now the validation. If you often feel bored by narrow specialization or frustrated when people cannot see obvious parallels, you are not scattered. You are integrative. Many intelligent people feel out of place in systems that reward staying inside one box, even though innovation almost always happens at the edges between boxes. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on strong relational networks. The brain links ideas by function, not category. When two situations share the same underlying structure, the connection lights up automatically. That is why these insights feel instant rather than analytical. This skill also explains why intelligent people are good at prediction. If you recognize a pattern from another field, you already know how it tends to play out. The details change. The arc stays familiar. That foresight looks like intuition from the outside, but it is really transfer. There is a social downside, though. People deeply rooted in one field can feel threatened when someone brings in outside comparisons. It can sound dismissive or naive to them. Intelligent people often learn to translate their insight carefully so it lands instead of clashes. The most effective ones learn to ask instead of declare. Does this situation remind you of this other thing? That invites curiosity rather than resistance. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally connect ideas across unrelated fields, you are not being unfocused. You are seeing deeper order. Once you trust this ability, learning accelerates and insight multiplies, because nothing is ever truly new. Because in a world that slices knowledge into silos, the people who detect patterns across domains are the ones who innovate, adapt fastest, and understand reality at a level that feels almost unfair to everyone else. Using analogy instead of memorization, most people try to learn by storing information, facts stacked on facts, definitions memorized, steps repeated. Highly intelligent brains do something very different. They rarely memorize unless they have to. Instead, they look for something familiar and say this is basically like that. The moment an analogy clicks, learning speeds up. Not because the information is simpler, but because it now has a place to live. Instead of floating in isolation, the idea attaches itself to an existing structure in the mind. Once that happens, memory becomes almost effortless. Here is what surprises people. Intelligent minds are not better at remembering details. They are better at avoiding the need to remember them. When you understand something through analogy, you do not recall it word for word. You reconstruct it. That reconstruction is more flexible and harder to forget. You see this when someone learns a new concept and immediately explains it using a totally different example. They are not showing off. Their brain just refused to store the idea without context, so it translated it into something already understood. This is why intelligent people often struggle with rote learning environments. Memorization feels fragile to them. It breaks under pressure. Analogies hold because they are relational. Even if details fade, the structure stays. Think about how you learned complex things in real life. You did not memorize instructions for riding a bike. You felt balance. You compared it to things you already knew. That analogy guided you long after the words disappeared. You have probably noticed this in yourself. When someone explains something abstract, you wait for the example. The moment it comes, everything locks into place. That is not a preference. That is how your brain wants to learn. Now the validation. If you forget facts but remember how things work, you are not careless. You are structural. Many intelligent people feel insecure because they cannot recall details on demand, yet they outperform others when applying knowledge. That is because analogies support transfer, not recall. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on associative networks. The brain strengthens connections between ideas that share function or behavior. Analogies light up those networks instantly. Memorization lights up one narrow path that fades quickly without repetition. This also explains why intelligent people enjoy teaching. Teaching through analogy forces understanding. You cannot fake it. If you do not truly grasp the structure, you cannot map it onto something else. When you can, it proves depth. There is a downside, though. Analogies can oversimplify. No two things are perfectly alike. Intelligent people learn to treat analogies as scaffolding, not truth. They use them to get oriented, then adjust as nuance appears. The most effective learners build libraries of analogies. Every new idea plugs into an old one. Over time, learning accelerates because nothing starts from zero. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively look for comparisons instead of memorizing rules, you are not avoiding effort. You are building understanding that lasts. Once you trust this method, learning stops feeling heavy and starts feeling intuitive. Because in a world obsessed with storing information, the people who use analogy instead of memorization are the ones who adapt faster, explain better, and retain what actually matters long after others forget the facts. Instinctively balancing speed vs. accuracy. Some people rush and regret it. Others hesitate and miss the moment. Highly intelligent brains do something subtler. They feel the line between speed and accuracy almost instinctively, not as a rule, as a sensation. A quiet sense of now is fast enough or slow down here. This does not look dramatic. There is no visible calculation. The decision just lands. When speed matters more than perfection, they move. When precision matters more than momentum, they pause. To outsiders, it can look inconsistent. In reality, it is finely tuned judgment. Here is what surprises people. Intelligent minds are not choosing speed or accuracy. They are choosing risk. They sense how costly an error would be in this specific situation. If the downside of being wrong is small or reversible, speed wins. If the downside is permanent or cascading, accuracy takes priority. That sensitivity comes from pattern memory. The brain remembers where rushing caused damage and where waiting caused loss. Over time, it stops needing to consciously recall those lessons. The balance becomes automatic. You see this in conversation. An intelligent person answers quickly when the stakes are low, keeping flow and connection. But when the topic shifts to something consequential, their pace changes. They slow down, choose words carefully. That shift is not hesitation. It is calibration. You also see it in work and decision making. Some tasks are handled instantly. Others get deliberate attention. From the outside, it can look like favoritism or mood. Internally, the brain has already sorted the cost of error. Most people lean too hard in one direction. Some worship speed and clean up messes later. Others worship accuracy and never act. Intelligent minds avoid both traps by adjusting moment to moment instead of following a fixed style. Now the validation. If you sometimes act fast and other times insist on precision, you are not inconsistent. You are context aware. Many intelligent people get criticized for this because others expect uniform behavior. But uniform behavior ignores reality. Reality changes. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on rapid threat and consequence assessment. The brain evaluates reversibility. Can this be fixed? Can this be adjusted? Will delay make this worse? That assessment happens faster in intelligent brains because fewer irrelevant variables get considered. This also explains why intelligent people are often calm under pressure. They are not rushing emotionally. They are deciding how much accuracy the moment actually demands. Panic comes from treating everything as high stakes. Intelligence sorts stakes before reacting. There is a social cost, though. People who value speed may see careful moments as slow. People who value precision may see fast moments as reckless. Intelligent people often learn to ignore both judgments and trust their internal calibration. The most effective ones refine this instinct with feedback. When they misjudge and move too fast or too slow, they adjust. Over time, their balance becomes sharper, not rigid. Here is the tease to sit with. If you naturally sense when to move quickly and when to slow down, you are not lucky. You are tuned in. Once you trust that balance, decisions feel cleaner and regret fades. Because in a world that confuses speed with confidence and accuracy with intelligence, the people who instinctively balance both are the ones who act at the right pace, make fewer costly mistakes, and know when time matters more than being perfect. Avoiding overthinking by setting mental stopping rules. At some point, thinking stops being useful and starts eating itself. The same thought loops. The same angles repeat. No new insight shows up, just more tension. Highly intelligent brains sense that moment instinctively and do something most people never learn to do. They stop on purpose. Not because they ran out of intelligence, because they know when thinking has reached diminishing returns. This does not feel like quitting. It feels like resolution. A quiet internal click that says I have enough. From the outside, it can look like detachment or confidence. Internally, it is a mental stopping rule activating. Here is what surprises people. Intelligent minds do not think endlessly because they can. They think selectively. They subconsciously set boundaries around analysis. Once the question has been answered to a usable degree, The mind disengages instead of spiraling. Most overthinking happens because there is no stopping condition. People think until exhaustion, not clarity. Intelligent brains learn through experience that more thinking does not always equal better outcomes. Sometimes it just increases anxiety and reduces action. You see this clearly in decision-making. An intelligent person gathers information, tests a few scenarios, checks for major risks, then decides. They do not chase perfect certainty. They stop once the decision is good enough to move forward safely. That good enough point is not random. It is based on thresholds. If no new information changes the outcome, stop. If risks are known and acceptable, stop. If further thinking only repeats previous thoughts, stop. These rules are rarely verbalized. They are felt. You have probably experienced this. You think deeply about something, then suddenly feel done. Calm replaces tension. Even if the situation is not resolved yet, the thinking phase is. That is not avoidance. That is containment. Now the validation. If you can disengage from thinking once clarity arrives, you are not careless or emotionally numb. You are efficient. Many intelligent people are mischaracterized as not worrying enough, when in reality they just do not confuse worry with preparation. Neurologically, this shortcut comes from strong meta-awareness. The brain monitors its own thinking quality. When it detects repetition without progress, it downregulates analysis. Less efficient brains mistake repetition for productivity. Intelligent brains recognize it as waste. This is also why intelligent people often sleep well after making hard decisions. Once the stopping rule triggers, the mind rests. Overthinkers carry unresolved analysis into the body. Intelligent minds close loops deliberately. There is a social downside, though. People who overthink may pressure others to keep discussing, keep revisiting, keep doubting. When an intelligent person opts out, it can look dismissive. In reality, they already passed the internal finish line. The most effective thinkers learn to trust this boundary without guilt. They know that rumination feels responsible but rarely is. Action and rest often produce better insight than endless thought. This does not mean intelligent people avoid deep thinking. They go deep when depth is needed, but they also know when depth has been reached. That balance protects mental energy and emotional stability. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you can stop thinking without feeling unfinished, you are not suppressing thought. You are mastering it. Once you recognize your own stopping rules, overthinking loses its grip. Because in a world that mistakes mental exhaustion for intelligence, the people who know when to stop thinking are the ones who stay clear, decisive, and mentally free while everyone else keeps drowning in their own thoughts. Recognizing diminishing returns early, at first, effort feels powerful. You push a little and results move. Push more and things improve faster. Then something subtle happens. You keep pushing, but nothing really changes anymore. Highly intelligent brains notice that moment early, not after burnout, not after frustration, right at the bend in the curve. Most people miss it because effort feels productive. Doing more feels responsible. Stopping feels lazy. Intelligent minds do not confuse effort with effectiveness. They feel when the return on effort starts shrinking, even if progress technically continues. This recognition is not logical at first. It shows up as friction, a sense that the work is getting heavier without becoming more valuable. The same actions produce smaller gains. The energy cost rises while the payoff flattens. Intelligent brains treat that feeling as a signal, not a challenge to push harder. Here is what shocks people. Highly intelligent people are not the ones who work endlessly. They are the ones who stop at the right time. They know that past a certain point, more input just polishes instead of transforms. And polishing is rarely worth the cost. You see this in learning. At the beginning, progress is fast. Each hour changes understanding dramatically. Later, each extra hour adds tiny refinements. Intelligent minds sense when they have extracted most of the value and move on instead of grinding for marginal gains. You see it in conversations too. At first, clarity improves. Then arguments repeat. Tone replaces substance. Intelligent people feel when the conversation stops generating insight and starts generating heat. That is the moment they disengage, even if others keep going. This ability exists because intelligent brains think in curves, not lines. They intuitively understand that systems respond non-linearly. Early effort matters more than late effort. Early changes compound. Late changes decorate. Once the curve flattens, the strategy must change or stop. You have probably felt this yourself. You keep refining something, but deep down you know it is already good enough. The extra effort is about control or fear, not improvement. That discomfort is your mind flagging diminishing returns. Now the validation. If you often stop before others think you should, you are not quitting early. You are exiting efficiently. Many intelligent people get misunderstood here. Others see stopping as lack of discipline. In reality, it is precision. Neurologically, this shortcut comes from cost-benefit sensitivity. The brain tracks energy expenditure against outcome improvement. When the ratio worsens, motivation drops naturally. Less intelligent systems override that signal with pressure. Intelligent ones listen to it. This also explains why intelligent people shift strategies instead of doubling down. When returns diminish, they do not push harder on the same lever. They look for a new one, new angle, new constraint, new leverage. Continuing the same action feels wrong once the curve has flattened. There is a social cost, though. People who glorify hard work can feel threatened by someone who stops calmly and moves on. It challenges the belief that effort alone creates value. Intelligent people often learn to quietly disengage instead of arguing about it. The most effective ones build this instinct deliberately. They ask simple internal questions. Is this still changing the outcome? Is this still learning or just repetition? If I stop now, what do I actually lose? Those questions sharpen the signal. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you can sense when more effort stops being worth it, you are not lazy or impatient. You are efficient and strategic. Once you trust this ability, you stop exhausting yourself for diminishing gains and start redirecting energy where it actually compounds. Because in a world that worships grinding past the point of value, the people who recognize diminishing returns early are the ones who progress faster, protect their energy, and quietly outperform everyone who mistakes exhaustion for success. Separating signal from noise under pressure. When the stakes are high, everything seems urgent. Every detail screams for attention. Every voice competes for priority. Most people panic, trying to process everything at once. Highly intelligent brains do something different. They instinctively separate signal from noise, even under pressure, and focus only on what actually matters. This does not feel like strategy at first. It feels like clarity cutting through chaos. While everyone else reacts to every alert, every opinion, every minor fluctuation, the intelligent mind filters almost automatically. It knows which inputs will affect the outcome and which are just distractions. Here is what shocks people. This is not conscious triage. The brain does not run a checklist. It recognizes patterns and relevance instinctively. It feels when information will change a decision and when it won't. That is why highly intelligent people often stay calm while others are overwhelmed. They are not ignoring reality. They are interacting with the parts that actually matter. You see this in emergencies. A crisis unfolds and most people are flustered by reports, rumors, or inconclusive data. The intelligent brain zeroes in on the key indicators. What truly affects the result? What requires action? Everything else is stored or ignored. That is why fast, accurate decisions often come from those who appear composed while chaos reigns. You see it in meetings too. Someone throws dozens of ideas into the conversation. Most people feel obligated to respond to each point. Highly intelligent brains immediately identify which contributions carry weight and which are noise. They either respond selectively or use the filtered signal to guide decisions without being distracted by irrelevant chatter. This ability exists because intelligent minds pattern match across experience. They have seen which details mattered in similar situations before. When similar cues appear, the brain flags them as signal. Others are filed as background. That pattern recognition is automatic. It is not overthinking, it is smart pruning. You have probably felt this yourself. In high-pressure moments, some details jump out as crucial, while others fade into the background. That feeling is your brain separating noise from signal. Many people ignore it, thinking every input requires attention, but your mind already knows the difference. Now the validation. If you often feel calm when others panic or see clarity where everyone else sees chaos, you are not detached or aloof. You are tuned to relevance. Many intelligent people are mischaracterized as distant or unemotional because their focus is on the parts that matter, not the parts that demand attention. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on fast integration between attention, memory, and pattern recognition. The brain evaluates inputs in real time and weights them according to historical impact. Stress amplifies the effect. The more intense the situation, the more the intelligent brain filters noise automatically, without conscious thought. This also explains why intelligent people rarely waste time on trivial alerts. They have learned that reacting to every signal creates cognitive overload. By focusing only on high-value inputs, they maintain clarity and conserve energy for decisive action. There is a social cost, though. People often interpret selective attention as ignorance or indifference. Intelligent individuals must choose when to explain their focus and when to simply act. Explaining everything defeats the efficiency, but remaining silent can create friction. The most effective ones refine this skill through feedback. They track which signals mattered and which did not. Over time, the filtering becomes sharper, almost instinctive, even when stakes are extreme. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally notice which details are crucial under pressure, you are not cold or inattentive. You are perceptive and adaptive. Once you trust this instinct, you stop reacting to every distraction and start acting on the information that actually shapes outcomes. Because in a world drowning in noise, the people who can separate signal from noise under pressure are the ones who stay composed, act decisively, and succeed where everyone else is still overwhelmed. Letting go of sunk costs without hesitation. Though most people struggle to quit, even when staying costs them more. Money, time, energy, pride, all invested already. Highly intelligent brains behave differently. They notice sunk costs instantly and let them go without hesitation. Not because they lack commitment, but because they understand the past is gone. Only the future matters. This does not feel like calculation. It feels like relief. A weight lifts when you recognize that continuing will not recover what is lost. Most people debate, rationalize, or punish themselves. Intelligent minds skip the internal argument. They pivot. They move forward. Here is what shocks people. Letting go is often seen as weakness. Quitting is failure. Intelligent brains see it as efficiency. They separate the emotional attachment to what was spent from the practical value of what remains. If staying produces more loss than leaving, leaving is automatic. You see this in business. A project sinks millions. Teams double down out of pride or fear. The intelligent decision maker recognizes the curve has flattened. The inputs no longer produce returns and cuts the project. Quickly, painfully if emotions are involved, but without hesitation. The energy saved can then be redirected where it actually compounds. You see it in relationships too. Someone invests years into a connection that no longer works. Most people linger, hoping the past effort will pay off. Intelligent minds see that the effort is irretrievable. They focus on what choices going forward produce growth, not what was wasted. This ability exists because intelligent brains treat resources rationally, not sentimentally. They constantly evaluate cost versus benefit, ignoring what cannot be recovered. Sunk cost is irrelevant. The real question is opportunity cost. What could I gain if I redirect my time, energy, or money? You have probably felt this yourself. Something drags on and your mind quietly says stop. Not fear of quitting, not laziness, just a clear recognition that continuing produces net loss. That is the instinct at work. Many people override it because it feels counterintuitive. Now the validation. If you can let go while others cling, you are not cold or careless. You are strategic. Many intelligent people get criticized for quitting, but in reality they preserve resources, avoid wasted effort, and make smarter decisions about where to invest next. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on reward and cost assessment. The brain flags ongoing loss without proportional gain. Highly intelligent minds heed that signal early, before emotions cloud judgment. That is why hesitation rarely appears. This also explains why intelligent people are rarely trapped by tradition, habit, or past identity. They are flexible because they do not tie self-worth to sunk effort. Past effort informs experience, but does not dictate future choices. There is a social cost, though. People invested in the sunk cost may resist your decision. Pride, ego, and expectations create pressure to continue. Intelligent minds often learn to act decisively even if others protest, trusting long-term payoff over social friction. The most effective ones refine this instinct with reflection. They note when letting go produces better outcomes, which strengthens the signal for future decisions. Over time, cutting losses becomes automatic, precise, and guilt-free. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you can walk away from lost effort without hesitation, you are not giving up. You are optimizing. Once you trust this ability, you stop being trapped by the past and start controlling where your energy actually counts. Because in a world obsessed with commitment to sunk effort, the people who let go immediately are the ones who preserve momentum, avoid unnecessary loss, and invest in the future instead of the past. Thinking in trade-offs instead of absolutes, most people frame decisions as right or wrong, good or bad, win or lose. Highly intelligent brains do something different. They immediately start thinking in trade-offs. Not everything can be perfect. Every choice comes with costs and benefits. The question becomes which costs are acceptable and which benefits are most valuable. This does not feel like cold calculation. It feels like clarity. While others argue endlessly over absolutes, the intelligent mind maps consequences naturally. It sees what is gained here, what is lost there, and which combination produces the best overall result. Here is what surprises people. Intelligent minds rarely chase perfection. They do not stall waiting for a flawless solution. They understand that improvement is rarely free. Every benefit comes at the expense of something else: time, energy, flexibility, or resources. Recognizing trade-offs is not pessimism. It is practical awareness. You see this in negotiations. Most people demand everything they want. Highly intelligent negotiators assess what they can concede without compromising their main goals. They maximize gains while minimizing losses, often quietly outperforming those who think in absolutes. You see it in personal decisions too: career moves, relationships, investments. Intelligent minds anticipate what they are giving up as well as what they are gaining. That awareness allows them to act decisively without regret, because they have accounted for both sides of the equation. This ability exists because intelligent brains naturally model opportunity costs. They compare alternatives in parallel rather than sequentially. Instead of asking, "Is this option good?" they ask, "What do I gain? What do I lose? And is this trade-off acceptable?" That mental calculus happens almost instantly. You have probably felt this yourself. You hesitate to choose between options because each has benefits and drawbacks. That is normal. But highly intelligent people feel comfortable navigating that tension instead of freezing for absolutes. They weigh, choose, and move. Now the validation. If you often recognize that every decision has pros and cons, you are not indecisive. You are perceptive. Many intelligent people are misunderstood because others interpret trade-off thinking as hesitation, when in reality it produces smarter, more balanced outcomes. Neurologically, this shortcut comes from integrating multiple value systems at once: reward, risk, timing, social consequences, personal preference. All are assessed simultaneously. The brain flags the combination that produces the highest net benefit. That is why intelligent people often appear pragmatic instead of idealistic. This also explains why intelligent people rarely feel fully satisfied with a choice. Absolutes are illusions. Satisfaction comes from accepting trade-offs and prioritizing what matters most, not from getting everything. There is a social cost, though. Thinking in trade-offs can make others uncomfortable. People want simple yes or no answers. Intelligent minds often learn to translate nuanced decisions into actionable steps without oversimplifying the internal reasoning. The most effective ones refine this skill with experience. They notice which trade-offs produce lasting value versus temporary gain. Over time, their instinct for prioritizing among costs and benefits becomes precise and automatic. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally weigh what is gained against what is lost before acting, you are not overthinking. You are optimizing. Once you trust this approach, you stop chasing impossible perfection and start making choices that actually work in the real world. Because in a world obsessed with absolutes, the people who think in trade-offs are the ones who make smarter decisions, avoid regret, and consistently extract more value from every situation. Mentally chunking information for faster recall. Most people try to remember things as they come: a phone number, a fact, a sequence of steps. They keep each piece separate, and the brain struggles under the load. Highly intelligent brains do something different. They instinctively chunk information. They group related pieces together so the whole becomes easier to store and retrieve. This does not feel like memorization. It feels like organizing. Instead of remembering 12 separate numbers, the brain remembers 3 meaningful groups. Instead of recalling dozens of details, it recalls a handful of structures that carry the details automatically. Here is what surprises people. Chunking is not just about reducing effort. It is about increasing speed and flexibility. Once information is grouped, the brain can access it quickly and even manipulate it. You can rearrange, combine, or apply chunks in new contexts without starting from scratch. You see this in experts everywhere. A chess master does not see individual pieces. They see patterns: knight, fork threats, open files, king safety clusters. A programmer does not remember every line of code. They remember modules and functions, which combine to solve problems. That is mental chunking in action. You see it in learning too. Highly intelligent people often convert lists of unrelated facts into categories, hierarchies, or stories. Instead of trying to recall each fact independently, they recall the framework, and the facts appear naturally. Chunking makes recall faster, more accurate, and less stressful. This ability exists because intelligent brains recognize relationships instantly. When multiple pieces share a pattern, function, or context, the brain binds them together. That binding reduces cognitive load and frees attention for more complex operations. You have probably felt this yourself. You memorize a phone number or a shopping list by grouping items naturally. Area code, middle digits, last digits. That same instinct scales to abstract ideas, workflows, or strategic thinking. Now the validation. If you often feel overwhelmed by details until you organize them internally, you are not slow. You are strategic. Many intelligent people feel frustrated in environments that prioritize rote memorization because chunking works invisibly and is rarely recognized. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on the brain's ability to encode relationships rather than isolated data. When patterns are detected, neurons fire in clusters that reinforce recall. That is why chunked information feels easier to remember and faster to access. This also explains why intelligent people often explain concepts through categories, hierarchies, or analogies. They are not showing off. They are exposing the mental chunks that make understanding fast and retrieval effortless. There is a social cost, though. People who chunk information naturally may appear impatient with detailed step-by-step explanations. They prefer frameworks and categories over exhaustive lists, which can confuse those who process linearly. The most effective ones refine this skill intentionally. They notice which chunks are reusable across contexts. Over time, they build a library of mental structures that accelerate learning and recall, making complex information feel manageable. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally organize information into meaningful groups before remembering it, you are not avoiding effort. You are hacking your brain's capacity. Once you trust this instinct, learning becomes faster, recall becomes effortless, and thinking becomes exponentially more efficient. Because in a world drowning in details, the people who mentally chunk information are the ones who remember more, think faster, and make connections that leave others scrambling to catch up. Identifying root causes instead of symptoms. Most people treat problems like bandages. Something breaks, and they fix what is visible. The pain stops for a while, but the underlying issue persists. Highly intelligent brains do something different. They instinctively dig deeper. They look past the surface symptoms to find the root cause. This does not feel like effort at first. It feels like instinct. When a problem appears, the mind asks not what is happening, but why it is happening. The symptoms are signals, not solutions. That subtle shift changes everything. Here is what surprises people. Root causes are rarely obvious. The pain point is rarely the source. Intelligent minds notice patterns and inconsistencies that hint at deeper issues. They trace effects backward, asking which conditions or structures produced this outcome in the first place. You see this in workplaces. A department misses targets. Most managers push harder, demand reports, or reprimand employees. Intelligent leaders pause. They ask why the workflow fails, why incentives misalign, or why communication breaks down. Once the root cause is addressed, the symptoms often vanish without extra effort. You see it in personal life too. Someone feels stressed all the time. Most people treat the symptom, buying comfort, exercising more, or sleeping longer. Intelligent minds ask why stress is rising. Workload imbalance, toxic relationships, misaligned values. Treating the source produces lasting relief, not temporary fixes. This ability exists because intelligent brains process patterns relationally. They notice chains of cause and effect. Symptoms are just downstream signals. By tracing backward, they can address the lever that truly moves the system, rather than endlessly responding to surface noise. You have probably experienced this. Something keeps recurring, and you feel frustrated fixing the same thing repeatedly. Then you notice the hidden cause, and suddenly the issue stops returning. That is your brain shifting from symptom treatment to root analysis. Now the validation. If you often feel impatient with temporary fixes, you are not picky. You are perceptive. Many intelligent people are misunderstood as critical or overanalyzing because they focus on underlying mechanisms while others settle for what is visible. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on pattern integration and causal mapping. The brain simulates sequences of events, comparing expected versus actual outcomes. When discrepancies persist downstream, it flags upstream sources as potential root causes. This process is almost instantaneous in experienced minds. This also explains why intelligent people rarely panic in crisis. They know the visible problems are clues, not the end of the story. By focusing on root causes first, they prevent recurrence and save time, energy, and resources that others waste treating superficial issues. There is a social cost, though. People invested in surface-level interventions may resist digging deeper. Critiquing symptoms instead of addressing the root can appear slow or contrarian. Intelligent people often learn to balance patience with decisive action. The most effective ones refine this skill by asking simple but powerful questions. What is causing this to happen? Why does it keep recurring? Which factor, if changed, would eliminate multiple symptoms at once? That approach turns reactive problem solving into proactive mastery. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively ask why something is happening instead of just treating what you see, you are not overcomplicating. You are optimizing. Once you trust this approach, problems stop repeating, outcomes improve faster, and you operate on a deeper, more effective level than most people ever reach. Because in a world obsessed with quick fixes, the people who identify root causes instead of symptoms are the ones who prevent failure, create lasting solutions, and quietly outperform everyone still chasing surface-level answers. Adapting thinking style to the situation. Some people approach every problem the same way. Logic first, emotion first, step by step. Others panic when the method doesn't fit. Highly intelligent brains do something different. They adjust their thinking style instinctively to match the situation. They know when to be analytical, when to be intuitive, and when to blend both. This does not feel like effort. It feels natural. The mind reads the problem like a room. What type of solution will work here? What pace is needed? How much certainty is possible? Once that is clear, the approach shifts automatically. Here is what surprises people. Intelligent minds are not rigidly logical or purely creative. They are flexible. They recognize that every problem has a rhythm, a pattern, a demand. Some problems reward careful deduction. Others reward rapid intuition. The skill is knowing which mode to engage and when. You see this in high-pressure decisions. In a crisis, most people either overanalyze or act rashly. The intelligent mind assesses stakes, time, and available information, then chooses the thinking style that maximizes effective action. Analytical reasoning for complex structured problems. Heuristic shortcuts for urgent, ambiguous ones. You see it in learning too. When encountering new material, some people memorize, some overthink. Intelligent people switch based on context. Conceptual understanding first, memorization second. Big picture patterns first, details later. The approach adapts fluidly to what will produce the fastest and most accurate understanding. This ability exists because intelligent brains monitor their own cognition. They notice when one mode stalls or fails and pivot. They do not get stuck insisting on one approach. The switch is almost subconscious, a calibration based on feedback from the problem itself. You have probably experienced this yourself. A problem initially feels confusing, but after a moment you find yourself thinking differently, more visually, more strategically, more instinctively. That shift is your brain selecting the optimal mode. Many people miss it because they treat thinking as static. Now the validation. If you often feel comfortable switching strategies while others cling to one method, you are not indecisive. You are adaptable. Many intelligent people are misjudged as inconsistent or unpredictable, but the truth is their cognitive flexibility lets them solve problems more effectively. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on meta-cognition and pattern recognition. The brain evaluates which thinking pathway produces the fastest, most reliable output given the constraints. Analytical, intuitive, creative, or practical circuits are engaged selectively, almost instantly. This also explains why intelligent people thrive in novel situations. When rules are unclear or conditions shift, others freeze. Adaptive thinkers recalibrate their approach, combining logic, creativity, and experience to navigate ambiguity. There is a social cost, though. Switching styles can appear erratic to observers. One moment calm and methodical, the next instinctive and rapid. Intelligent people learn to manage perception while preserving mental flexibility. The most effective ones refine this skill by reflecting on what worked and why. They notice when a different approach could have saved time or avoided error, sharpening their internal sense of situational adaptation. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally shift your thinking style to fit the problem, you are not unpredictable. You are optimized. Once you trust this ability, you stop forcing one approach and start solving problems with the method that actually works. Because in a world that expects everyone to think the same way, the people who adapt their thinking style to the situation are the ones who stay ahead, navigate complexity effortlessly, and succeed where rigid minds stall. Recognizing when emotions bias judgment. Sometimes you make a decision and everything looks fine on paper. The logic checks out. The numbers add up, and yet something about the choice feels off. Highly intelligent brains notice that instantly. They recognize when emotions are quietly coloring judgment, even before the conscious mind catches on. This does not feel like self-criticism. It feels like calibration. The mind senses internal interference, excitement, fear, frustration, or attachment. Any of these can tilt reasoning in subtle ways. Intelligent minds detect the bias and separate it from the facts. Here is what surprises people. Emotional influence is rarely dramatic. It does not scream. It seeps in through optimism, hesitation, or overconfidence. Most people mistake it for intuition or preference. Intelligent brains treat it as a signal to pause, check assumptions, and recalibrate decisions accordingly. You see this in negotiations. A deal seems perfect. Your heart races with potential gain. Most people jump. Highly intelligent negotiators notice the rush and ask if the excitement is blinding them to risks. They slow down, analyze objectively, and often avoid costly mistakes. You see it in daily choices too. A manager feels frustrated with an employee and considers firing them immediately. Intelligent minds sense that frustration may exaggerate faults. They step back, examine performance without emotion, and act based on reality rather than impulse. This ability exists because intelligent brains monitor internal states alongside external data. They constantly compare how feelings align, or misalign, with evidence. When conflict appears, it triggers a subtle flag: pause, check bias. That pause prevents decisions driven by fleeting emotion. You have probably experienced this yourself. You feel strongly about something and realize later that your attachment distorted your thinking. Highly intelligent minds notice the distortion as it happens, not after the fact. They correct in real time. Now the validation. If you often catch yourself doubting emotionally charged impulses, you are not overthinking. You are perceptive. Many intelligent people feel alienated because others embrace emotion-driven decisions without reflection, while they quietly check their own internal biases first. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on strong prefrontal monitoring of limbic activity. Emotional signals are processed, but the reasoning circuits weigh them against patterns, evidence, and probability before acting. That is why intelligent minds can feel emotion without letting it hijack judgment. This also explains why intelligent people often appear calm under stress. They are not devoid of feeling. They are simply filtering which emotions should influence choices and which should be noted and set aside. There is a social cost, though. People who question emotion-driven decisions may appear cold or detached. Friends or colleagues may misinterpret the caution as lack of empathy. Intelligent people often learn to communicate without sacrificing accuracy. The most effective ones refine this skill by reflecting on past decisions. They notice which emotional cues led to error and which enhanced judgment. Over time, their internal radar for bias becomes sharper, almost automatic. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively notice when emotions may cloud reasoning, you are not overanalyzing. You are protecting clarity. Once you trust this ability, your decisions become more accurate, consistent, and resilient, even under pressure. Because in a world driven by impulse, the people who recognize when emotions bias judgment are the ones who act with insight, avoid costly mistakes, and quietly outperform everyone swept away by feeling. Making decisions based on expected value. Most people make decisions based on how something feels right now. If it feels safe, they lean in. If it feels risky, they pull back. Highly intelligent brains operate on a different layer. They instinctively think in expected value, even if they have never used that phrase in their life. This does not feel like math. It feels like realism. Instead of asking, "Will this work?" the mind asks what happens across many outcomes. What is the upside if this goes right? What is the downside if it goes wrong? And how likely is each one? The decision is not about certainty. It is about weighted outcomes. Here is what shocks people. Intelligent minds are comfortable choosing options that might fail, not because they are reckless, but because the potential gain outweighs the risk. They understand that avoiding loss completely often means avoiding meaningful upside too. You see this clearly in career decisions. Most people choose the safest path, predictable income, clear steps, low uncertainty. Intelligent people notice something else. They see that a small chance of a large payoff can be more valuable than a high chance of a small one. They are not gambling. They are calculating impact. This also shows up in daily choices. Whether to speak up in a meeting, whether to ask a difficult question, whether to try something new. The intelligent brain quickly estimates what could be gained versus what could be lost. If the downside is limited and the upside compounds, the choice becomes obvious. This way of thinking exists because intelligent minds understand probability intuitively. Not in numbers, but in patterns. They have seen enough outcomes to know that life rarely gives guaranteed wins. So they stop demanding certainty and start optimizing for long-term value. You have probably experienced this yourself. You hesitate between two options and suddenly realize that even if one fails, you are not actually worse off. But if it succeeds, it changes everything. That realization is expected value clicking into place. Now the validation. If you sometimes choose paths others call risky, but your decisions tend to pay off over time, you are not lucky. You are probabilistic. Many intelligent people get misunderstood here because others judge decisions by outcome instead of reasoning. One failed attempt does not mean the decision was bad. Neurologically, this shortcut comes from integrating reward, risk, and likelihood simultaneously. The brain simulates multiple futures and weights them quickly. Instead of fixating on the most emotionally vivid outcome, it balances the entire distribution. This also explains why intelligent people are less afraid of being wrong. Being wrong is part of the calculation. What matters is whether the decision made sense given the information available. That mindset reduces regret and increases adaptability. There is a social cost, though. People who think in expected value can look detached or overly rational. Others want guarantees. They want yes or no. Intelligent minds live comfortably in maybe. That comfort can be unsettling to people who equate uncertainty with danger. The most effective thinkers refine this instinct by reviewing outcomes honestly. They ask, was the decision sound even if it failed? That reflection sharpens future judgment without creating fear. This does not mean intelligent people ignore emotion. Emotion provides information about risk tolerance and values. But it does not override the calculation. It informs it. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally choose options based on long-term payoff instead of short-term comfort, you are not irresponsible. You are strategic. Once you recognize this pattern, you stop apologizing for uncertainty and start trusting your judgment across time. Because in a world obsessed with guaranteed outcomes, the people who make decisions based on expected value are the ones who take smarter risks, recover faster from losses, and quietly accumulate wins that others never even attempt. Detecting social dynamics without conscious effort, you walk into a room and before anyone says anything, you already feel it. Who has influence? Who is tense? Who is pretending? Who is being tolerated? Nothing obvious happened, yet the picture is already forming. Highly intelligent brains do this automatically. They detect social dynamics without conscious effort. This does not feel like analyzing people. It feels like atmosphere, like reading the weather. The intelligent mind is not tracking individual behaviors one by one. It is absorbing tone, timing, posture, silence, eye contact, and alignment all at once. By the time others are still interpreting words, the social map is already built. Here is what surprises people. This is not mind reading, and it is not overthinking. It is pattern recognition applied to humans. Just like you can sense when a situation is unsafe without listing reasons, intelligent minds sense social structure without running an internal checklist. You see this immediately in group settings. Who speaks and who gets interrupted? Who jokes and who everyone laughs at? Who agrees quickly and who hesitates? These are not random details. They are signals. Intelligent brains pick them up the same way they pick up patterns in systems, automatically and quietly. That is why intelligent people often know who actually has power long before it is officially visible. Titles matter less than reactions. Who people look at before responding, who they defer to, who can break tension. These signals reveal the real hierarchy, not the formal one. This ability also shows up in one-on-one interactions. You can feel when someone is open versus guarded, when interest is genuine versus polite, when conflict is brewing even though the conversation sounds calm. Intelligent minds trust these signals because they have learned that words lie more often than behavior. You have probably experienced this yourself. You meet someone and instantly feel comfortable or uneasy without knowing why. That feeling is not magic. It is your brain integrating dozens of microsignals faster than conscious thought allows. Now the validation. If you often sense social tension or alignment before others notice it, you are not being sensitive or dramatic. You are socially perceptive. Many intelligent people grow up being told they read too much into things, when in reality they are reading what others miss. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on rapid integration between perception and emotional intelligence. The brain processes facial expressions, voice shifts, and body language in parallel. Intelligent brains weight these inputs accurately instead of dismissing them as noise. This also explains why intelligent people can feel drained in certain social environments. When your brain automatically tracks dynamics, it is always processing. You are aware of undercurrents even when you are not trying to be. That constant awareness can be exhausting if you do not manage it. There is a social cost here. Seeing dynamics does not mean others want them acknowledged. Many social systems rely on unspoken agreements. Pointing out the truth can disrupt comfort. Intelligent people often learn to keep their awareness private and act strategically instead of verbally. This skill also explains why intelligent people are often good at timing. They know when to speak, when to wait, when to exit. Not because they planned it, but because the room told them. The signal was already there. But there is a trap. High social perception can turn into over-accommodation if boundaries are weak. Seeing dynamics does not mean you are responsible for managing them. The most balanced, intelligent people learn to observe without absorbing everything emotionally. The most effective ones use this ability as information, not obligation. They notice who feels threatened, who feels insecure, who feels dominant, but they do not shape themselves around it. They use the insight to navigate cleanly. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively sense what is happening beneath the surface in social situations, you are not imagining things. You are perceiving structure. Once you trust this ability, You stop second-guessing your social instincts and start moving through groups with clarity instead of confusion. Because in a world where most people only hear what is said, the ones who detect social dynamics without conscious effort are the ones who understand what is actually happening long before anyone admits it out loud. Using constraints to boost creativity. Most people think creativity needs freedom. Blank page. No rules. Endless options. Highly intelligent brains feel the opposite. When there are no constraints, their thinking actually slows down. But give them limits and suddenly ideas start firing fast. This does not feel restrictive. It feels activating. Constraints give the brain edges to push against. Instead of wondering what is possible, the mind asks what is possible within this box. That shift turns creativity from vague dreaming into focused invention. Here is the part that surprises people. Constraints do not kill originality. They force it. When options are limited, the brain stops defaulting to obvious solutions and starts searching for unconventional paths. That pressure creates novelty. You see this everywhere once you notice it. The best poems have strict forms. The most iconic logos use minimal colors. The most innovative startups often begin with limited resources. Intelligent minds recognize that boundaries force sharper thinking. You see it in problem solving too. Give someone unlimited time and tools, and they often stall. Give a tight deadline and limited resources, and suddenly clarity emerges. Intelligent brains use constraints as a mental focusing lens. This works because the brain is overwhelmed by too many choices. When everything is possible, nothing stands out. Constraints reduce cognitive noise. They narrow the search space so patterns and connections become visible faster. You have probably experienced this. You sit staring at endless options and feel stuck. Then someone adds a rule. Only one sentence. Only 10 minutes. Only existing tools. And suddenly ideas flow. That is not coincidence. That is constraint-driven creativity. Now the validation. If you do your best thinking under pressure or within limits, you are not broken. You are wired for efficient creation. Many intelligent people feel frustrated in environments that promise total freedom because their minds need structure to ignite. Neurologically, this shortcut works by forcing the brain to reframe the problem. Instead of expanding outward, it compresses inward. That compression increases associative thinking, making unusual connections more likely. This also explains why intelligent people often create personal constraints even when none are imposed. They limit time, tools, or scope on purpose, not to suffer, but to sharpen output. They know that constraint creates momentum. There is a social misunderstanding here. People assume creativity means chaos. When intelligent people add rules, others think they are limiting themselves unnecessarily. In reality, they are designing the conditions where creativity thrives. This skill also shows up in communication. Intelligent people often express big ideas simply. Few words, clear structure. That simplicity is not lack of depth. It is the result of strong internal constraints forcing clarity. The most effective thinkers use constraints deliberately. They ask, what is the smallest version of this idea? What can I remove? What rule would make this harder but better? Those questions unlock creativity faster than brainstorming ever could. But there is balance. Constraints should challenge, not suffocate. Intelligent minds sense when limits sharpen thinking and when they strangle it. That calibration is part of the shortcut. Here is the tease to leave you with. If your creativity spikes when rules appear, you are not dependent on limitation. You are leveraging it. Once you understand this, you stop waiting for freedom and start designing constraints that pull better ideas out of you. Because in a world chasing unlimited possibility, the people who use constraints to boost creativity are the ones who consistently produce original work while others stay stuck staring at blank space. Recognizing when rules can be bent or broken, most people treat rules like walls, permanent, untouchable. Highly intelligent brains see something different. They see rules as tools, useful most of the time, but not sacred. And they instinctively know when a rule is helping versus when it is quietly blocking progress. This does not feel rebellious. It feels precise. The mind does not want chaos. It wants outcomes. So when a rule no longer serves the goal, intelligent brains feel a subtle friction. Something tightens. Something feels inefficient. That is the signal that the rule might be optional. Here is what surprises people. Intelligent minds do not break rules impulsively. They first understand why the rule exists, what problem it was meant to prevent, what structure it protects. Once that purpose is clear, they can tell whether the rule still applies in this situation or whether following it blindly causes more harm than good. You see this constantly in real life. In workplaces, the most effective people are often the ones who know which procedures are flexible and which ones are non-negotiable. They follow safety rules. They respect ethical boundaries, but they bend process rules when speed or innovation demands it. You see it in learning too. Some students follow instructions exactly and stall. Intelligent learners notice when a method is slowing understanding. They adjust. They skip steps. They test ideas early. They do not disrespect the system. They optimize it. This ability exists because intelligent brains think in systems, not instructions. They see the rule as one part of a larger mechanism. If the mechanism is failing, the rule gets questioned. Not emotionally, logically. You have probably felt this. You follow every rule and still get a bad result. Meanwhile, someone else bends one small thing and succeeds. Intelligent minds notice that gap early. They ask which rule matters here and which one is just tradition. Now the validation. If you often feel constrained by rigid rules that others seem comfortable with, you are not difficult. You are discerning. Many intelligent people get labeled as rule breakers when in reality they are rule readers. They understand the difference between structure and stagnation. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on contextual reasoning. The brain evaluates intent, consequence, and risk simultaneously. Instead of default obedience, it weighs whether compliance improves the outcome or merely protects the system from change. This also explains why intelligent people often clash with bureaucratic environments. Systems built on rigid adherence reward predictability, not insight. Intelligent minds feel trapped when rules are enforced without regard for context. There is a social risk, though. Bending rules without explaining intent can trigger resistance. Intelligent people learn to break rules quietly or justify them clearly. Timing matters. Framing matters. Respect matters. The most effective ones know when not to break rules too. Just because a rule can be bent does not mean it should be. Intelligent judgment includes restraint. Some rules protect trust. Some protect safety. Some protect fairness. Those stay intact. What separates intelligent rule bending from recklessness is awareness of consequence. They ask what happens next. Who is affected? What precedent is set? That thinking keeps flexibility from turning into chaos. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively sense when a rule is outdated, misapplied, or quietly harmful, you are not disobedient. You are strategic. Once you trust this instinct, You stop feeling guilty for thinking differently and start navigating systems with intelligence instead of blind compliance. Because in a world built on rules, the people who know when rules can be bent or broken are the ones who move things forward, while everyone else stays stuck doing what no longer works. Trusting silence as a thinking tool. Most people panic in silence. The moment conversation stops or a problem does not immediately respond, they rush to fill the gap. Words, actions, opinions, anything to avoid the discomfort. Highly intelligent brains do the opposite. They trust silence as a thinking tool. This does not feel passive, it feels deliberate. Silence creates space. And in that space, the mind can finally hear itself think. Without noise, without pressure, without reacting, intelligent minds know that insight rarely appears when the brain is busy performing. Here is what shocks people. Silence is not emptiness. It is information. When you stop talking, stop reacting, stop forcing progress, subtle signals surface. Patterns clarify. Emotional bias settles. What felt confusing often becomes obvious simply because nothing is interrupting the process. You see this clearly in conversations. Someone asks a difficult question. Most people rush to answer, even if the answer is weak. Intelligent people pause. That pause is not uncertainty, it is calibration. They are letting the full shape of the question land before responding. You see it in negotiations too. Silence after an offer makes people uncomfortable. They start explaining, justifying, or conceding. Intelligent minds stay quiet. They understand that silence shifts pressure outward. It reveals the other person's priorities, insecurities, and urgency without saying a word. This ability exists because intelligent brains are not afraid of unstructured time. They trust that thinking does not require constant stimulation. In fact, it often requires the opposite. Silence lets the brain integrate information instead of reacting to it. You have probably experienced this yourself. You stop thinking about a problem, and suddenly the answer appears. Not because you forced it, but because your mind finally had room to connect the dots. Silence allowed the insight to surface. Now the validation. If you are comfortable with pauses while others scramble to fill them, you are not awkward or slow. You are processing deeply. Many intelligent people get misread as distant or quiet when in reality they are doing high-quality internal work. Neurologically, silence reduces cognitive load. When external input drops, the brain shifts from reactive mode to integrative mode. This allows memory, emotion, and logic to synchronize. That is why clarity often follows stillness. This also explains why intelligent people often need quiet to recharge. Noise forces constant micro-decisions. Silence restores mental bandwidth. It is not withdrawal, it is maintenance. There is a social cost, though. Silence makes people uneasy. They may project meaning onto it. Arrogance, disinterest, judgment. Intelligent people learn when to use silence strategically and when to reassure others without breaking their internal rhythm. The most effective ones do not use silence to dominate. They use it to understand. They listen more than they speak. And when they speak, their words carry weight because they were formed in quiet, not rushed into existence. This skill also protects against regret. Pausing before responding prevents emotional reactions from turning into permanent consequences. Silence becomes a buffer between impulse and action. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively slow down, pause, or go quiet when things get complex, you are not disengaging. You are thinking properly. Once you trust silence, you stop competing for airtime and start operating from clarity. Because in a world addicted to noise, The people who trust silence as a thinking tool are the ones who see deeper, decide better, and speak only when it actually matters. Ignoring conventional wisdom when evidence is weak. Most people lean on conventional wisdom like a crutch. If enough people repeat something, it feels true. Safe, settled, highly intelligent brains feel a quiet discomfort instead. They sense when advice is being repeated out of habit rather than supported by evidence, and they instinctively stop treating it as law. This does not feel rebellious or arrogant. It feels cautious. The mind does not reject tradition automatically. It simply asks a different question. Does this actually work? Or does everyone just believe it works because it has always been said? Here is what surprises people. A huge amount of conventional wisdom survives not because it is accurate, but because it is socially reinforced. It spreads through repetition, authority, and comfort, not proof. Intelligent minds are sensitive to that gap. You see this everywhere. In careers, people say follow your passion or play it safe. In health, people repeat rules that are outdated or oversimplified. In relationships, advice gets passed down without ever being tested. Intelligent people pause and ask, where is the evidence? And more importantly, does it apply here? This ability exists because intelligent brains separate popularity from validity. Just because an idea is common does not mean it is correct. And just because it feels familiar does not mean it deserves obedience. That distinction saves time, energy, and often entire life paths. You have probably felt this. Someone gives advice with total confidence, but something feels thin. No examples, no mechanism, no proof. Just tradition. Intelligent minds feel that weakness instantly, not emotionally, structurally. Now here is the shock. Blindly following conventional wisdom is often riskier than questioning it. Because when advice is wrong, everyone fails together. Intelligent people accept the discomfort of thinking independently to avoid the cost of collective error. You see this in innovation. Every breakthrough came from someone ignoring what everyone knew to be true. The moment evidence contradicted tradition, they trusted the evidence. Not because they wanted to be different, but because reality mattered more than consensus. This also shows up in everyday decisions, diet choices, productivity methods, financial habits. Intelligent people test small. They observe results. They adjust. They do not outsource judgment to the crowd when the crowd has not proven reliability. Now the validation. If you often feel skeptical when everyone agrees too easily, you are not contrarian. You are discerning. Many intelligent people get labeled difficult or stubborn because they do not accept advice without substance. But that resistance is not ego. It is intellectual hygiene. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on conflict detection. The brain notices when a claim lacks causal explanation or contradicts observed outcomes. When evidence is weak, the brain does not relax into belief, it stays alert. This also explains why intelligent people can feel isolated. Questioning conventional wisdom can separate you from group comfort. Agreeing is easier socially. Thinking independently costs energy and sometimes approval. There is a balance, though. Intelligent minds do not reject all tradition. When evidence is strong and outcomes are consistent, they adopt it quickly. The key is selectivity. Respect what works. Ignore what survives only because it is old. The most effective thinkers refine this instinct by asking simple questions. What evidence supports this? In what situations does it fail? Who benefits from this being believed? Those questions dismantle weak wisdom fast. This skill also protects against regret. Many people look back and realize they followed advice that never fit them. Intelligent people reduce that risk by checking evidence before obedience. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively ignore conventional wisdom when it feels unsupported, you are not being reckless. You are being accurate. Once you trust this instinct, you stop inheriting other people's assumptions and start building decisions on reality instead of repetition. Because in a world that mistakes familiarity for truth, the people who ignore conventional wisdom when evidence is weak are the ones who see clearly, move intelligently, and avoid traps that everyone else walks into together. Automatically testing ideas for scalability. Some ideas sound brilliant in a small room. They work for one person, one team, one moment in time. Highly intelligent brains feel a quiet hesitation right there. Before they get excited, they automatically ask a deeper question. Does this still work when it grows? This does not feel like negativity. It feels like zooming out. The mind is not judging whether an idea is clever. It is testing whether the idea survives scale. What happens when this is repeated 100 times? 1,000 times? What breaks first? Here is what surprises people. Most ideas fail not because they are bad, but because they collapse under growth. They depend on effort, attention, or conditions that cannot be replicated. Intelligent minds sense that fragility instantly. You see this in business thinking. Someone proposes a process that works because one exceptional person is involved. Highly intelligent thinkers notice that the success is not in the system, but in the individual. Once that person is removed, the idea dies. Scalability fails. You see it in habits too. A routine works when motivation is high and life is calm. Intelligent minds ask what happens on bad days. When energy is low, when pressure increases. If the habit requires constant discipline, it is not scalable, it is fragile. This ability exists because intelligent brains think in systems, not snapshots. They do not evaluate ideas based on first success. They evaluate based on repeatability. An idea that cannot scale is not a solution. It is a temporary patch. You have probably felt this yourself. Someone suggests a plan and it sounds good, but something feels off. Too many manual steps, too much effort, too much dependence on perfect conditions. That discomfort is your brain testing scalability automatically. Now the validation. If you often feel unimpressed by ideas others are excited about, you are not cynical. You are forward-looking. Many intelligent people get labeled as pessimistic when in reality they are seeing future friction others ignore. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on predictive simulation. The brain runs the idea forward across time and volume. It looks for bottlenecks, dependencies, and failure points. When too many appear, the idea loses credibility fast. This also explains why intelligent people prefer leverage, automation, systems, principles that work without constant supervision. They are not lazy. They understand that scalable ideas free cognitive and emotional resources. There is a social cost, though. Pointing out scalability issues can kill enthusiasm. People in love with an idea often do not want to hear about what breaks later. Intelligent people learn to phrase concerns carefully or keep them internal until timing is right. The most effective ones use this instinct constructively. Instead of dismissing ideas, they ask, how could this scale? What would need to change? What would make this work for 10 times more people? That turns criticism into improvement. This skill also protects against burnout. Non-scalable solutions demand constant effort. Intelligent people avoid building lives and systems that require endless pushing. They design for sustainability, even if it takes longer upfront. It also explains why intelligent people are selective about commitments. They know that agreeing once often means agreeing forever. Before saying yes, their brain quietly tests what repeated yes looks like over time. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively test whether ideas can grow before committing to them, you are not overthinking. You are future-proofing. Once you trust this instinct, you stop building fragile solutions and start choosing ideas that survive growth. Because in a world obsessed with quick wins, the people who automatically test ideas for scalability are the ones who build things that last, while everyone else keeps fixing what breaks the moment it gets bigger. Using mental shortcuts without becoming lazy. Most people hear mental shortcuts and think lazy thinking, cutting corners, guessing, being careless. Highly intelligent brains know that is not what is happening at all. They use shortcuts, but they never switch their brain off. They switch it into efficiency mode. This does not feel like skipping effort. It feels like conserving it. The mind is constantly asking where effort actually matters and where it does not. Shortcuts are not used everywhere. They are used precisely where deep analysis would not change the outcome. Here is the part most people miss. Intelligent minds do not use shortcuts because they cannot think deeply. They use them because they can. They have already done the deep thinking enough times to recognize patterns. Once a pattern is stable, reanalyzing it every time becomes waste, not wisdom. You see this in experienced professionals. A doctor does not analyze every symptom from scratch. A seasoned engineer does not calculate every basic principle repeatedly. They rely on internalized shortcuts built from past accuracy. But the moment something feels off, they slow down immediately. That is the key difference. Lazy thinking applies shortcuts blindly. Intelligent thinking applies them conditionally. The shortcut is always provisional. It works until evidence says it does not. You see this in conversations too. Highly intelligent people often jump to the point quickly. Not because they are impatient, but because they recognize the structure of the discussion early. They have seen this pattern before. They know where it leads. But if the pattern breaks, they notice instantly, and they drop the shortcut without ego. That flexibility is what keeps shortcuts from becoming intellectual laziness. You have probably felt this yourself. You trust your instinct in familiar situations, and it works. But when something feels different, you slow down automatically. That is not inconsistency. That is intelligence protecting accuracy. Now the validation. If you rely on intuition and heuristics most of the time, but become very precise when stakes are high, you are not careless. You are adaptive. Many intelligent people get misunderstood as lazy because their thinking looks fast and effortless from the outside. Neurologically, this works because the brain stores successful reasoning as compressed patterns. When a situation matches a known pattern, the brain retrieves the shortcut. When it does not match cleanly, error signals fire and deeper analysis kicks in. This is why intelligent people can move quickly without being sloppy. Their brain is constantly checking whether the shortcut still fits reality. The moment it does not, speed drops and depth increases. There is a danger here, though. If ego attaches to being fast or right, shortcuts can harden into assumptions. Intelligent people who stay sharp actively fight that by staying curious and open to being wrong. The best ones build a habit of reviewing outcomes. Did the shortcut work? Where did it fail? What signal did I miss? That feedback loop keeps their shortcuts accurate instead of stale. This skill also explains why intelligent people often look relaxed while thinking. They are not grinding through every detail. They are letting their brain do what it does best: recognize, filter, and escalate effort only when needed. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you use mental shortcuts naturally, but still know exactly when to slow down, you are not lazy. You are disciplined. Once you trust this balance, you stop apologizing for thinking fast and start respecting when your mind chooses depth over speed. Because in a world that confuses effort with intelligence, the people who use mental shortcuts without becoming lazy are the ones who think efficiently, act accurately, and save their deepest focus for when it actually matters. Identifying opportunities others overlook. Most opportunities do not announce themselves. They do not look exciting. They do not come with certainty or applause. That is why most people miss them. Highly intelligent brains do not wait for obvious signals. They notice what others walk past without a second thought. This does not feel like hunting for opportunity. It feels like noticing gaps, something incomplete, something underused, something everyone assumes is normal, but actually makes no sense. The intelligent mind pauses where others keep moving. Here is what surprises people. Opportunities are usually hidden inside boring, ignored, or inconvenient places. They sit in inefficiencies, frustrations, mismatches, and assumptions no one questions. Intelligent people are not chasing trends. They are watching what quietly does not work. You see this in business constantly. A market looks crowded, but everyone is solving the same problem the same way. Intelligent minds notice the unmet edge case, the group being ignored, the friction everyone accepts as unavoidable. That is where opportunity lies. You see it in careers too. Most people follow visible paths, job titles, linear progression. Intelligent people notice leverage points, skills that transfer across fields, roles that control outcomes without being glamorous. They move sideways while others only look forward. This ability exists because intelligent brains are not hypnotized by consensus. When everyone agrees something is settled, they become more alert, not less. Agreement signals comfort, and comfort often hides inefficiency. You have probably felt this yourself. You notice something that feels obvious once seen, and you wonder how no one else caught it. That moment is not luck. It is your brain spotting misalignment between reality and assumption. Now the validation. If you often see potential where others see nothing, you are not unrealistic. You are observant. Many intelligent people doubt themselves here because opportunity that is not obvious feels fragile or risky. But overlooked does not mean imaginary. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on contrast detection. The brain notices differences between what is and what could be. When most people adapt to friction, intelligent minds flag it as unnecessary. This also explains why intelligent people are often early adopters, early movers, early critics. They act before proof is social because the internal logic is already clear. There is a social cost, though. Acting on overlooked opportunities can look strange. Others may discourage you because they cannot see what you see yet. Intelligent people learn to tolerate being early without needing validation. The most effective ones do not chase every idea they notice. They filter. Is this gap real? Does it persist over time? Can it scale? Opportunity without durability is just novelty. This skill also explains why intelligent people are often unsatisfied with default options. They sense that better configurations exist, even if no one has built them yet. That dissatisfaction is not negativity. It is perception. What separates true opportunity recognition from wishful thinking is grounding. Intelligent people test quietly, small experiments, low-risk moves. They let reality confirm what intuition detected. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively notice value where others see nothing, you are not over-imagining. You are seeing ahead. Once you trust this ability, you stop waiting for permission and start acting while the window is still open. Because in a world trained to notice only what is loud and obvious, the people who identify opportunities others overlook are the ones who move first, build quietly, and benefit long before everyone else realizes what was there all along. Knowing when to ask better questions, the most people rush to answers. The moment a problem appears, they want solutions, advice, action. Highly intelligent brains feel something else first. A quiet pause, a sense that the real problem has not been defined yet. That is when they know it is time to ask a better question. This does not feel slow or academic. It feels strategic. The mind senses that answering the wrong question perfectly is still failure. So instead of chasing conclusions, intelligent thinkers step back and reshape the question itself. Here is what surprises people. The quality of a decision is almost always capped by the quality of the question that produced it. Bad questions create busy answers. Good questions collapse complexity and expose leverage instantly. You see this in meetings all the time. Everyone debates solutions and nothing moves. Then someone asks a simple question like, what are we actually trying to optimize here? Or what would make this irrelevant altogether? The entire conversation shifts. That is not cleverness. That is precision. Highly intelligent people notice when questions are too narrow, too emotional, or built on hidden assumptions. They feel the constraint immediately. Something about the framing feels wrong, and instead of forcing progress, they reframe. This ability exists because intelligent brains listen for structure, not just content. They hear what is being asked, but they also hear what is being ignored, what is assumed, what is treated as fixed when it is not. You see this in personal decisions, too. Most people ask, should I do this or that? Intelligent people ask, what problem am I actually trying to solve? That single shift often dissolves the dilemma entirely. You have probably experienced this. You struggle with a problem for days, then someone asks one unexpected question, and suddenly the answer is obvious. The solution was always there. The question was not. Now the validation. If you often feel unsatisfied with the questions being asked around you, you are not pedantic. You are accurate. Many intelligent people feel frustrated in environments obsessed with answers, but careless with framing. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on metacognition. The brain monitors its own thinking process and notices when effort is being wasted. When progress feels forced or circular, it flags the question as flawed rather than assuming the thinker is. This also explains why intelligent people are comfortable saying, I do not know yet. They are not stuck. They are still shaping the question, and they know that clarity upstream saves massive effort downstream. There is a social cost, though. Asking better questions can make others uncomfortable. It slows momentum. It exposes uncertainty. People who want quick closure may see it as resistance or negativity. Intelligent people learn timing. When to challenge the question publicly. When to test it quietly. When to let a weak question run because the cost of resistance is higher than the benefit of precision. The most effective ones develop a feel for high-leverage questions. Questions that open space instead of narrowing it. Questions that reveal constraints, incentives, and trade-offs. Questions that turn confusion into structure. This skill also protects against manipulation. Poor questions often hide agendas. Intelligent people sense when a question is designed to lead rather than discover. They redirect before being trapped by false choices. And importantly, they know when not to ask. Not every moment needs interrogation. Sometimes action is the answer. Intelligent judgment includes knowing when the question is already good enough. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively pause and reframe before answering, you are not avoiding decisions. You are upgrading them. Once you trust this instinct, you stop reacting to problems and start shaping them. Because in a world obsessed with fast answers, the people who know when to ask better questions are the ones who see deeper, waste less effort, and consistently arrive at outcomes others never even considered. Thinking backward from desired outcomes. Most people start from where they are and hope things work out. They take the next visible step, then the next, reacting as they go. Highly intelligent brains do the opposite. They start from the end. They picture the outcome clearly first, then work backward to figure out what actually needs to happen. This does not feel like planning every detail. It feels like alignment. The mind locks onto what success actually looks like, not vaguely, but concretely. Once the destination is clear, unnecessary steps start falling away on their own. Here is what surprises people. Forward thinking often creates busy motion without progress. Backward thinking creates clarity fast. When you know the finish line, you can instantly tell which actions move you closer and which ones are just noise. You see this in problem solving all the time. Someone struggles with a complex task and keeps adding steps. Intelligent thinkers ask a different question. If this were already solved, what would have had to be true? That question collapses confusion and exposes the real constraints. You see it in careers too. Most people chase opportunities and hope they lead somewhere good. Intelligent people define the kind of life, role, or impact they want, then reverse engineer skills, relationships, and choices that make that outcome inevitable. This ability exists because intelligent brains think in terms of causality, not chronology. They are less interested in what comes next and more interested in what must be true at the end. That shift turns vague effort into directed action. You have probably experienced this yourself. You feel stuck until you imagine the end clearly. Once you do, the next step becomes obvious. Not easy, but obvious. That clarity came from thinking backward, not forward. Now the validation. If you often feel impatient with step-by-step planning that lacks direction, you are not reckless. You are outcome-focused. Many intelligent people get frustrated when others obsess over process without agreeing on destination. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on goal simulation. The brain activates reward and planning circuits simultaneously, then traces pathways in reverse. That reduces wasted effort and increases follow-through. This also explains why intelligent people often appear decisive. Once the endpoint is defined, many choices eliminate themselves. Decision-making speeds up because criteria are clear. There is a social cost, though. People who think backward may seem demanding or unrealistic. They ask uncomfortable questions like, what does success actually require? That can disrupt comfort built around vague goals. The most effective ones refine this skill by being precise about outcomes. Not just more money, but how much and why. Not just happiness, but what daily life looks like. Precision sharpens reverse planning. This skill also protects against burnout. When you know the destination, you stop doing work that does not matter. Effort becomes intentional instead of endless. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally imagine the end before you act, you are not over-planning. You are engineering results. Once you trust this instinct, progress feels cleaner, faster, and far less chaotic. Because in a world stuck reacting to the next step, the people who think backward from desired outcomes are the ones who move with purpose and arrive where they actually meant to go. Compressing long explanations into insights, most people explain things by adding more words, more detail, more context, more steps. Highly intelligent brains feel a quiet resistance to that. As an explanation gets longer, they start compressing it internally, stripping it down until only the insight remains. This does not feel like oversimplifying. It feels like sharpening. The mind is asking what is actually doing the work here. What idea, once understood, makes the rest obvious. When that insight clicks, the long explanation becomes unnecessary. Here is what surprises people. Compression is not about saying less. It is about understanding more. Intelligent minds do not remove details randomly. They identify the core principle that generates all the details, then store that instead. You see this in how intelligent people learn. They do not memorize pages. They look for the rule underneath. Once they grasp the rule, the examples make sense automatically. If they forget a detail, they can recreate it from the insight. You see it in teaching too. Someone explains something for 10 minutes and people are still confused. Then an intelligent person reframes it in one sentence and suddenly everyone gets it. That is not charisma. That is compression. This ability exists because intelligent brains look for causality, not narration. They want to know why something works, not just how it unfolds. Once the why is clear, the how becomes flexible. You have probably experienced this yourself. You listen to a long explanation and feel lost. Then suddenly one line makes everything click. From that point on, the rest feels redundant. That moment is insight replacing information. Now the validation. If you often feel impatient with long explanations and crave the point underneath, you are not lazy. You are efficient. Many intelligent people struggle in environments that reward verbosity over clarity because their minds are already compressing while others are still expanding. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on abstraction. The brain identifies patterns across details and collapses them into a single mental representation. That representation is easier to store, recall, and apply than a list of steps. This also explains why intelligent people often struggle to explain things at first. They see the insight so clearly that they forget others do not have the compressed version yet. They have to unpack it again for communication. There is a social misunderstanding here. Compression can sound dismissive. One-sentence answers can feel abrupt to people who expect full walkthroughs. Intelligent people learn when to compress and when to expand for the audience. The most effective ones treat compression as a tool, not a default. They know when insight alone is enough and when context is needed to land it. Mastery is not always brevity. It is precision. This skill also protects against mental overload. When you compress explanations, your mind stays light. You are not carrying every detail everywhere. You carry the generator of the details. That frees cognitive space for new thinking. It also explains why intelligent people can move across fields quickly. They extract insights, not procedures. Once they understand the core idea, they can apply it in new contexts without relearning everything from scratch. But there is a risk. Overcompression can lose nuance. Intelligent people who stay sharp know when a situation is sensitive to detail and resist the urge to oversimplify. Compression serves understanding, not ego. The strongest thinkers practice reverse compression too. They can unpack an insight back into a full explanation when needed. That flexibility keeps them both deep and accessible. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally distill long explanations into clean insights, you are not cutting corners. You are seeing structure. Once you trust this ability, learning accelerates, communication sharpens, and complexity stops feeling heavy. Because in a world drowning in words, the people who can compress long explanations into insights are the ones who understand faster, remember longer, and move through ideas with clarity while everyone else is still lost in detail. Instinctively optimizing for long-term gains. Most people optimize for what feels good now: comfort, approval, immediate results. Highly intelligent brains feel a different pull. Even when no one is watching, they instinctively ask how this choice plays out over time. Not tomorrow, not next week, but months and years from now. This does not feel disciplined or rigid. It feels natural, like an internal compass that keeps pointing past short-term relief toward durable advantage. Intelligent minds are not obsessed with sacrifice. They are obsessed with trajectory. Here is what surprises people. Long-term thinking is rarely dramatic. It shows up in small decisions. What to tolerate, what to practice, what to ignore, what habits to build quietly while others chase fast rewards. You see this clearly in behavior. Intelligent people often decline opportunities that look attractive on the surface because they sense hidden costs. Time drains, skill stagnation, misalignment. They are not being picky. They are protecting future leverage. You see it in relationships too. Many people optimize for chemistry or convenience. Intelligent minds pay attention to consistency, values, and growth direction. They know that how someone behaves over time matters more than how intense things feel at the start. This ability exists because intelligent brains simulate consequences automatically. They do not just see the next step, they feel the momentum. If a choice creates compounding benefits, it feels light. If it creates future friction, it feels heavy even if the reward is immediate. You have probably experienced this yourself. You resist something tempting without fully explaining why. Later you realize it would have cost you far more than it gave. That was long-term optimization happening beneath awareness. Now the validation. If you often choose slower paths that pay off later, you are not boring or overly cautious. You are strategic. Many intelligent people feel out of sync in cultures obsessed with speed because their reward system is tuned to durability, not novelty. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on delayed reward sensitivity. The brain values compounding outcomes and future optionality more than immediate dopamine spikes. That wiring makes short-term wins feel less seductive. This also explains why intelligent people are comfortable being misunderstood early. Long-term gains rarely look impressive at the beginning. They require patience while evidence accumulates. Intelligent minds tolerate that gap better than most. There is a social cost, though. Long-term optimizers often look unambitious or slow to others. They may skip trends, avoid drama, or say no frequently. People mistake restraint for lack of drive when it is actually directed drive. The most effective ones refine this instinct by checking assumptions. Is this truly long-term value, or just delayed gratification dressed up as wisdom? They stay honest to avoid rationalizing fear as foresight. This skill also protects against burnout. Optimizing for the long term means designing a life that can be sustained. Intelligent people avoid systems that require constant urgency or emotional spikes because those systems collapse eventually. It also explains why intelligent people invest heavily in learning, health, and relationships. These domains compound quietly. Progress is invisible day to day, but undeniable over time. Importantly, long-term thinking does not mean ignoring the present. Intelligent minds still enjoy now. They just do not mortgage the future for it. Pleasure is chosen when it does not poison trajectory. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively favor choices that grow over time instead of ones that impress instantly, you are not missing out. You are building momentum. Once you trust this instinct, impatience fades and decisions feel cleaner. Because in a world addicted to immediate payoff, the people who instinctively optimize for long-term gains are the ones who wake up years later with options, stability, and results that everyone else suddenly wants, but no longer knows how to build. Recognizing cognitive biases in real time. Most people only recognize bias after damage is done, after the bad decision, after the argument, after the regret. Highly intelligent brains catch it while it is happening. Mid-thought, mid-emotion, mid-sentence. There is a subtle internal click that says, wait, something is bending reality here. This does not feel like textbook psychology. It feels like friction. A tiny resistance when a conclusion arrives too fast, feels too satisfying, or perfectly confirms what you already wanted to believe. Intelligent minds notice that comfort as a warning sign, not a reward. Here is what shocks people. Cognitive biases rarely announce themselves as errors. They disguise themselves as confidence, as certainty, as common sense. Most people mistake bias for clarity. Intelligent brains do the opposite. When something feels too obvious, they become more alert. You see this constantly in decision-making. Someone becomes overly attached to an idea because they invested time or identity into it. Most people double down. Intelligent minds notice the attachment forming and label it internally. Sunk cost, ego protection, confirmation bias. The label alone loosens its grip. This ability shows up in conversations too. A debate heats up and emotions rise. Intelligent people feel the urge to win, to defend, to dominate. And instead of obeying it, they recognize it. That urge is not truth. It is bias activated by threat. This does not mean intelligent people are unbiased. No one is. The difference is timing. Bias is detected in real time, not after the outcome. That timing changes everything. It creates a pause. And in that pause, choice returns. You have probably experienced this yourself. You feel strongly about something, then suddenly notice that your reasoning is selective. You are ignoring counter-evidence. That moment of noticing is the shortcut. Many people never have it until hindsight. Now the validation. If you often catch yourself mid-thought and question your own certainty, you are not indecisive. You are calibrated. Many intelligent people feel uncomfortable because others move forward confidently while they pause. But that pause is not weakness. It is accuracy. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on strong conflict monitoring. The brain detects inconsistency between evidence and conclusion. When belief races ahead of data, error signals fire. Intelligent brains are sensitive to those signals instead of suppressing them. This also explains why intelligent people can change their mind quickly. They are not flip-flopping. They are responding to updated information without defending old positions. Bias loses power when identity is not attached to being right. There is a social cost, though. People who recognize bias in real time often slow down group momentum. They ask uncomfortable questions. They hesitate when others rush. That can be misread as negativity or lack of confidence. Intelligent people learn when to surface bias publicly and when to correct internally. Not every moment requires confrontation. Sometimes the smartest move is quiet recalibration. This skill also protects against manipulation. Advertising, persuasion, and social pressure all rely on exploiting bias. Intelligent minds notice when fear, scarcity, or authority is being used to bypass reasoning. The spell breaks the moment it is recognized. Importantly, recognizing bias does not mean suppressing emotion. Emotion carries information. Intelligent people listen to it, but they do not let it write the conclusion unchecked. Feeling and thinking stay in dialogue instead of competition. The most effective thinkers refine this ability by reviewing decisions honestly. Not just what happened, but where bias entered. Over time, recognition becomes faster and subtler. Bias still appears, but it is seen immediately. This also explains why intelligent people often value intellectual humility, not as a moral stance, but as a practical one. The less ego is tied to belief, the easier bias is to spot without resistance. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively catch yourself rationalizing, defending, or oversimplifying in the moment, you are not second-guessing. You are self-correcting. Once you trust this ability, decisions become cleaner and regret becomes rare. Because in a world where most people only see their bias in hindsight, the people who recognize cognitive biases in real time are the ones who stay grounded, adapt quickly, and make choices that actually reflect reality instead of illusion. Letting intuition guide low-risk decisions. Some decisions do not deserve heavy thinking. What to say next in a conversation? Which option feels right when the stakes are low? Which direction to explore casually? Highly intelligent brains recognize these moments instantly and let intuition take the wheel. This does not feel careless. It feels efficient. The mind knows when analysis would add friction without improving the outcome. Instead of forcing logic where it does not belong, intelligent thinkers trust the quiet signal that already formed beneath awareness. Here is what surprises people. Intuition is not random. It is compressed experience. It is pattern recognition running faster than conscious thought. When the risk is low, the cost of being wrong is small, and the upside of speed is high. Intuition often outperforms deliberation. You see this constantly in social decisions. How to respond emotionally, when to shift tone, when to exit a situation. Overthinking these moments often creates awkwardness or delay. Intelligent minds sense that hesitation would do more harm than a slightly imperfect choice. You see it in creative work too. Which idea to test first? Which angle feels alive? Which draft has energy? Intelligent people do not debate endlessly at this stage. They move. They trust the internal signal and adjust later if needed. This ability exists because intelligent brains categorize decisions by risk level automatically. High-risk decisions trigger deeper analysis. Low-risk decisions trigger intuition. That separation prevents cognitive overload and keeps momentum alive. You have probably experienced this yourself. You pause to think about something small and feel your mind resisting, almost saying this does not matter enough to analyze. That resistance is not laziness. It is calibration. Now the validation. If you rely on gut feeling for small choices and save analysis for big ones, you are not reckless. You are efficient. Many intelligent people feel unnecessary guilt about intuitive decisions because culture glorifies overthinking as responsibility. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on fast pattern matching in the brain. Past experiences are scanned and compared in milliseconds. When a situation matches a known low-risk pattern, intuition fires with high confidence. This also explains why intelligent people can move quickly without being sloppy. They are not guessing blindly. They are applying internal models built from experience. And because the stakes are low, even occasional error is acceptable. There is a hidden benefit here. Letting intuition handle low-risk decisions preserves mental energy. That energy can then be deployed when it actually matters. People who analyze everything exhaust themselves and still miss important calls later. This also explains why intelligent people often appear decisive in small matters but thoughtful in big ones. They know which decisions deserve weight and which ones do not. That balance creates both speed and accuracy. There is a social misunderstanding, though. People may misinterpret intuitive decisions as impulsive. They assume speed means lack of thought. Intelligent people often learn not to justify every small choice because explanation costs more than correction. The most effective ones refine this skill by tracking outcomes. Did intuition work here? Where did it fail? Over time, intuition becomes sharper because feedback updates the internal patterns. This does not mean intuition is always right. It means the cost of being wrong is low enough to justify speed. Intelligent minds understand trade-offs. Perfection is not the goal. Progress is. This skill also builds confidence. When you trust intuition in low-risk situations, you act more naturally, less self-monitoring, less hesitation. That ease often improves outcomes in social and creative domains. Importantly, intelligent people know when not to use intuition. The moment stakes rise or consequences compound, the brain shifts gears automatically. Intuition steps back. Analysis steps forward. That handoff is seamless. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively trust your gut on small decisions, you are not cutting corners. You are preserving clarity. Once you honor this instinct, thinking becomes lighter, faster, and more accurate where it actually counts. Because in a world that treats every choice like a crisis, the people who let intuition guide low-risk decisions are the ones who move fluidly, conserve mental energy, and stay sharp when the real decisions arrive. Knowing when more information won't help, most people think more information is always better. Read another article. Ask another question. Check another source. Highly intelligent brains feel a subtle warning when that stops being true. They sense the point where gathering more data no longer clarifies the decision. It only slows it down. This does not feel like quitting. It feels like stopping at exactly the right moment. The mind instinctively knows when analysis has reached diminishing returns. Every extra fact adds noise instead of insight. The choice is already visible if you know where to look. Here is what shocks people. Waiting for more information rarely guarantees certainty. Most decisions operate under incomplete knowledge. Intelligent minds recognize that perfection is a trap. Acting with enough clarity is faster, safer, and often more effective than chasing completeness. You see this in business constantly. Meetings drag on because people keep asking for updates, reports, or opinions. The intelligent observer senses when the facts stop adding value. They make a decision with the evidence at hand. Waiting longer would not improve the outcome. It would just waste time. You see it in daily life too. Choosing which email to respond to first. Deciding how to handle a social situation. Trying to analyze every possible angle before acting. The moment you feel mentally stuck, it is often the moment intelligence is signaling enough information exists. You just need to act. This ability exists because intelligent brains track information quality, not quantity. They weigh relevance, reliability, and impact. When incoming data stops changing the expected result, the mind switches from analysis to execution automatically. You have probably experienced this. You research something endlessly, only to realize the answer was already obvious. That frustration is a shortcut firing. Your brain knows the extra effort is wasted. It just needs you to notice and act. Now the validation. If you often stop researching before everyone else, you are not careless or impulsive. You are efficient. Many intelligent people get labeled impatient, but the truth is they are calibrated to act when information is sufficient, not infinite. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on error prediction and confidence assessment. The brain evaluates whether new input changes the decision probability meaningfully. When it does not, it signals, enough is enough. This also explains why intelligent people can feel comfortable making choices under uncertainty. They have trained their mind to distinguish between information that actually matters and noise that only distracts. There is a social cost, though. Others may see action without exhaustive research as risky. Intelligent people learn to communicate confidence and rationale while keeping momentum, balancing perception with practicality. The most effective ones refine this skill by learning thresholds. How much evidence is enough in different contexts? When to stop reading, stop asking, stop deliberating. That calibration separates decisive action from reckless haste. This skill also protects against paralysis by analysis. Most decisions are time-sensitive. Waiting too long erodes opportunity. Intelligent minds recognize the signal and act before inertia takes over. It also explains why intelligent people often rely on heuristics or experience. They know patterns, probabilities, and context enough to identify when additional facts will not improve accuracy. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively sense when more information won't help, you are not ignoring reality. You are respecting efficiency. Once you trust this instinct, you stop overthinking and start moving decisively with the evidence that actually matters. Because in a world addicted to infinite research, the people who know when more information won't help are the ones who act faster, avoid wasted effort, and consistently make smart decisions without drowning in unnecessary data. Simplifying decisions by eliminating options. Most people treat decision-making like a buffet. Every choice must be considered. Every possibility weighed. Highly intelligent brains feel a quiet tension in that approach. They know that more options often create confusion, not clarity, and instinctively start eliminating what doesn't matter. This does not feel restrictive, it feels freeing. The mind quickly filters possibilities, tossing aside paths that are irrelevant, inefficient, or low impact. What remains is smaller, clearer, and easier to act on. Complexity collapses naturally without forcing effort. Here is what surprises people. Eliminating options does not reduce intelligence or flexibility. It increases effectiveness. By narrowing the field, intelligent minds reduce cognitive load, focus on meaningful trade-offs, and spot the best path faster than someone analyzing every permutation. You see this constantly in everyday life. Choosing a restaurant, planning a weekend, deciding which project to prioritize. Instead of listing every option, intelligent people quickly discard what is irrelevant or impractical, leaving only the choices that truly matter. You see it in work too. Most people get stuck comparing minor details between options. Highly intelligent minds cut options by principle. Which choice aligns with the goal? Which fits constraints? Which maximizes outcome with minimal friction? The rest disappears automatically. This ability exists because intelligent brains evaluate relevance instantly. They notice patterns of inefficiency and dead ends before conscious thought kicks in. Option elimination is not random. It is guided by experience, context, and expected impact. You have probably experienced this. You feel overwhelmed by choices, then suddenly a few possibilities stand out clearly. That narrowing is your brain applying the shortcut. It is not making the decision for you. It is setting up a stage where clarity emerges naturally. Now the validation. If you instinctively remove options while others linger in indecision, you are not impatient. You are strategic. Many intelligent people get misunderstood as dismissive or rigid, but they are simply optimizing focus, not ignoring nuance. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on attentional filtering. The brain flags high relevance and high payoff paths while suppressing low impact alternatives. This preserves mental bandwidth and accelerates decision making without sacrificing quality. This also explains why intelligent people rarely overthink small decisions. The same filtering applies at every scale. Irrelevant choices are discarded early, so energy can be saved for critical trade-offs that actually matter. There is a social cost, though. People who eliminate options quickly can appear decisive or controlling. Intelligent people learn to communicate reasoning or sometimes keep the filtering internal until action is required. The most effective ones refine this instinct by testing outcomes. Which eliminated options truly would have mattered? Which shortcuts are safe? That feedback improves precision and prevents missed opportunities. This skill also protects against overwhelm. Too many choices slow action. Intelligent brains reduce the field automatically, creating a manageable set of options and increasing confidence in decisions. It also explains why intelligent people often make faster, clearer decisions than others. They do not analyze endlessly. They cut the noise, focus on what counts, and act with clarity. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you naturally discard irrelevant options while making choices, you are not rushing or being simplistic. You are thinking efficiently. Once you trust this instinct, decisions become lighter, faster, and far more effective. Because in a world obsessed with exploring every possibility, the people who simplify decisions by eliminating options are the ones who act decisively, conserve energy, and consistently move toward what truly matters while others are stuck in indecision. Recognizing repeating life patterns early. Most people only notice patterns in their life after things have already gone wrong. The same mistake, the same frustration, the same dead end shows up again, and suddenly it clicks. Highly intelligent brains notice these cycles before the damage piles up. They see the hints early and instinctively adjust. This does not feel dramatic or magical. It feels like a quiet alert, a subtle tension when a situation starts echoing a past scenario. That nagging sense is the brain saying, "Pay attention. Something familiar is happening. And if you act now, you can change the outcome." Here is what shocks people. Life patterns are rarely obvious in real time. They hide inside routines, habits, relationships, and decisions. Intelligent minds recognize these micro signals automatically. Small emotions, repeated triggers, or recurring results that most people ignore. You see this in relationships. Certain dynamics keep repeating. Someone always takes the lead, or the same arguments keep arising. Most people tolerate them until frustration builds. Intelligent minds notice the early signs. They adapt, set boundaries, or change approach before resentment compounds. You see it in work or personal habits too. Projects fail the same way. Motivation fades for predictable reasons. Patterns that trap others are noticed early by intelligent brains. That awareness allows small course corrections instead of catastrophic overhauls. This ability exists because intelligent brains process sequences and outcomes subconsciously. They flag recurrence even when the conscious mind is focused elsewhere. That is why the insight often feels like intuition. Sudden clarity before the problem becomes obvious. You have probably experienced this. You feel a faint sense of déjà vu in a situation and instinctively hesitate or adjust. Most people ignore it. Intelligent people act on it. That pause prevents repeating mistakes before they escalate. Now the validation. If you often sense when things are repeating before others do, you are not paranoid. You are observant. Many intelligent people feel out of step socially because others dismiss subtle cues. But that early recognition is a powerful protective mechanism. Neurologically, this shortcut relies on pattern recognition and memory mapping. The brain links current cues to past outcomes instantly, even if details are fuzzy. That mapping triggers preventive action before conscious reasoning fully engages. This also explains why intelligent people often avoid repetitive failures in areas where others struggle. They detect trends in behavior, relationships, or systems and adjust proactively. It is not luck, it is pattern detection in action. There is a social cost, though. Acting on early recognition can seem overcautious or controlling. Others may not see the danger yet. Intelligent people learn to balance subtle action with patience until outcomes make the pattern undeniable. The most effective ones refine this skill by reflecting regularly. Which patterns repeat? What signals were missed? That feedback strengthens future recognition and reduces the chance of being blindsided. This skill also protects against wasted effort. By noticing cycles early, intelligent minds avoid investing in doomed strategies, relationships, or habits. Small adjustments prevent major losses. It also explains why intelligent people can feel ahead of the curve. They anticipate outcomes that others only realize in hindsight. That foresight is not prophecy. It is recognition of repetition. Here is the tease to leave you with. If you instinctively notice when situations are starting to repeat, you are not overthinking. You are catching life patterns before they trap you. Once you trust this instinct, you move through life with fewer regrets and more control. Because in a world where most people only see mistakes in hindsight, the people who recognize repeating life patterns early are the ones who adjust, avoid pitfalls, and shape outcomes before history has a chance to repeat itself.